Chapter 637. 10,000 Ancient Sacred Peak. 200 to 300 core disciples from the true martial sacred land gathered in front of a tattered palace. In the sky, limitless magnificent power shook the dimension, and the outline of a colorful garden appeared above everyone's head. At the beginning, the outline of the garden was extremely blurry, and it existed in the form of an illusion. However, as time passed, the outline of the garden became clearer and more solid. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was about to materialize. In the front and back of the garden, there was a simple, dark green, rusty bronze gate. On both sides of the gate stood the mythological Qilin. Even though they were stone sculptures, they had a metallic feeling and were very lifelike. The demigod Forgotten Garden usually takes an hour to fully open. Dong Wenjian's voice sounded in their ears. Zhao Feng and Dong Wenjian stood in the crowd of disciples from the mystic true sacred clan. Below the entrance of the demigod Forgotten Garden were 2 sacred clans and 33 two-star sects of the sacred land. Being a 3-star sect, the mystic true sacred clan had 50 spots. Normal 2-star sects had 5 spots. Some powerful 2-star sects had even more spots, such as 8 or 10. For example, the 10,000 Lightning Clan had 10 spots, and the Golden Mountain Clan had 5 spots. Before the demigod Forgotten Garden opened, Dong Wenjian introduced the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land to Zhao Feng. Firstly, the leader of the mystic true sacred clan was Nan Gongsheng, followed by Qin Yilin and senior martial brother Nan. These 3 geniuses were all at the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. They were all ranked among the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Of course, apart from these 3, the mystic true sacred clan also had some quasi-10 geniuses whose strength was only weaker than the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. For example, the early stage and middle stage Great Origin Core realm core disciples. On top of that, Jiang Fan, who had the 10,000 ancient races ranking, might be able to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Perfect. Jiang Fan's gaze landed on Zhao Feng and his face was filled with unwillingness. This Zhao Feng's cultivation has also broken through to the late-stage small origin core realm. Jiang Fan's fists were clenched, and he felt defeated. Back in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, Zhao Feng was just a nobody that he couldn't interact with. Beside Jiang Fan, Qin Yilin also noticed this. Zhao Feng's improvement wasn't normal, and he was even slightly faster than Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't worry about it. At the same cultivation level, you have the legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, so you have an absolute advantage. Your opponents are the 10 geniuses of the sacred ground. Qin Yilin comforted her with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression eased a little. He made up his mind that after entering the Forgotten Garden, he would definitely surpass Zhao Feng in terms of harvest. Mystic true sacred clan disciples, after entering the Forgotten Garden, you must take care of each other. Don't kill each other or fight for fame. The majestic will of a great emperor resounded in the minds of the disciples. Law Enforcement Elder. The true disciples of the Glory sect were startled and quickly agreed to it. Next. With Dong Wenjian's introduction, Zhao Feng got to know some geniuses from other powerful sections. She is Meng Shi. Of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land, she's the only peerless genius that can fight against Nan Gongsheng and has the legendary bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. The gazes of the two were fixed on a young girl in a blue pleated dress. This girl's face was as flawless as jade, and her eyes were like stars. Her hair fell to the ground and danced in the wind. She seemed to be the perfect image of a dream. Everyone present. The gazes of the geniuses landed on Meng Shi, and they all felt dazed. No matter what angle they looked at her from, Meng Shi fit the image of a perfect goddess in their hearts. What a unique bloodline aura. Zhao Feng felt a sense of awe that he hadn't felt in a long time. Goddess Charming Dream's hair made him instinctively want to chase after and protect her. Pine. Pine. The left eye of the god's spiritual god started to beat. Zhao Feng's emotions calmed down, and he got rid of the temptation. This Meng Shi's bloodline leans towards the soul. Zhao Feng concluded. The eyes of the girl in the blue dress turned and landed on Zhao Feng. In an instant, a powerful pressure that came from his soul and bloodline made Zhao Feng's body freeze. On top of that, Meng Shi's eyes landed on Zhao Feng for a breath or two. Next to Zhao Feng, Dong Wenxian's mind, consciousness, bloodline, and true yuan all froze. Meng Shi's actions attracted the attention of the other geniuses from the other sacred lands. A genius that could make Meng Shi curious and surprised shouldn't be simple. He's the new core disciple. Nan Gongxing couldn't help but glance at Zhao Feng, but his expression remained calm. That's right, he's that Zhao Feng, the one that Emperor Duanmu took in as his personal disciple. A core disciple next to him said. At the same time, Zhao Feng felt the pressure from the gazes. Many of them belonged to the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Among them, Zhao Feng felt the enmity and killing intent from the soul. Zhao Feng, life is so beautiful. We meet again, and will perform together on the same stage. A warm youth from the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan inspected Zhao Feng with a warm smile. At this moment, Dong Wenxian introduced, this warm youth is a disciple that just joined the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan. His name is Wen Luan, and his strength shouldn't be weaker than the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. It's very likely that he's the dark horse of the demigod Forgotten Garden. The warm youth's name was Wen Luan, and his cultivation had reached the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. Wen Luan. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he became wary. The warm youth gave him a sense of danger. Apart from the 2 sacred clans, there's also Lei Zhen from the 10,000 Lightning Clan. He has a rare ancient lightning spirit bloodline and specializes in lightning. His battle power is extremely strong. Dong Wenxian warned. Lei Zhen. Zhao Feng followed his gaze and saw a tall, barefoot man with messy hair and a dirty face. He carried a giant sword on his back. Lei Zhen's cultivation had reached the middle stage Great Origin Core realm, and the aura of lightning radiating from his body made Zhao Feng's wind lightning true yuan tremble. What a strong aura of lightning. Zhao Feng could feel how terrifying this person was just from the wisp of lightning he had sensed from him. The Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. Back then, the Wind Lightning Emperor once cultivated many techniques of the Tao of Lightning in the 10,000 Lightning Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so famous. Lei Zhen murmured to himself. The 10,000 Lightning Clan was one of the top sects in the Tsang Ocean that cultivated the Tao of Lightning. In the sacred land, their strength was close to 3-star sects and far surpassed the Golden Mountain sect. Even the Wind Lightning Emperor had once cultivated in the 10,000 Lightning Clan. Without the 10,000 Lightning Clan, there wouldn't be any glory for the Wind Lightning Emperor. None of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land are simple. Zhao Feng paid attention to each of the 10 geniuses, and Dong Wenxian introduced them to him. Time passed by slowly. Above his head, the original blurry silhouette of the garden slowly solidified. The air around the 10,000 ancient sacred peak started to tremble. It was as if space was squeezing and colliding with another space. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye was able to see some things. If we liken space to a bubble, then now, it was a small bubble that merged into the sacred land's dimension. The demigod Forgotten Garden was a secret dimension. It was created by a demigod with heaven-defying methods. The demigod Forgotten Garden is about to open. The 200 to 300 geniuses on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak looked up. At this point in time what they saw was only a corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden, and there were 2 bronze gates. There are 2 entrances to the demigod Forgotten Garden. One in front and one behind. Information appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Currently, the 2 rusty bronze gates were guarded by the Mystic True Sacred Clan and the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan respectively. Behind them were the 2 star sections. Wing boom! The dimension shook once more. Luckily, the space around the 10,000 ancient sacred peak was extremely stable, and there was a space-stabilizing array around it. In their vision, the materialized corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden sank down and leaned against the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. The corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden has merged into the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. The demigod Forgotten Garden has successfully opened. Surges of divine sense from the various sects of the sacred land floated in the air. Demigod Forgotten Garden, let's go. Nan Gongsheng was extremely arrogant as he turned into a streak of silver light and entered the rusty bronze gate. At the same time, Meng Shi leapt into the air, and her illusionary hair disappeared in a flash. The 2 super geniuses, Sacred and Meng, entered the demigod Forgotten Garden at a speed that others couldn't catch up to. Whoosh! 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 The geniuses of the 2 sacred clans each took a bronze gate and entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. Junior Martial Brother Zhao, it's best if you meet up with other disciples after entering the demigod Forgotten Garden. That way, you won't be at a disadvantage. Dong Wenjian reminded as he also flew toward the bronze gate. Zhao Feng nodded his head and didn't hesitate anymore. He left behind a streak of purple lightning and disappeared. It really is the purple destruction wind lightning. A cold intent appeared on the face of Lei Zhen from the 10,000 Lightning Clan. Wing boom! As the geniuses of the sacred land entered the demigod Forgotten Garden one after another, the 2 bronze gates started to dim and show signs of becoming unstable. Until the 200 to 300 geniuses of the sacred land all entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. The bronze gates became extremely dim. Bam! The 2 bronze gates closed at the same time. Only the outline of the demigod Forgotten Garden was left on the 10,000 ancient sacred peak. Even void god realm kings and emperors couldn't enter the demigod Forgotten Garden with their divine sense. Shwa! Zhao Feng's figure sank, and he appeared in an ancient garden. Instantly, a powerful pressure descended from the demigod Forgotten Garden. As I thought. Zhao Feng's figure paused for a moment before starting to walk forward. The level of space within the demigod Forgotten Garden was much higher than the sacred lands, and it was several levels higher than normal islands. Zhao Feng had already learned about this a few days ago. At the same time, many geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden stumbled. What strong pressure! The geniuses of the sacred land all had red faces, and they found it hard to breathe. Those at the small origin core realm couldn't even fly in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Even great origin core realms couldn't fly here. Apart from that, all sorts of intents were greatly restricted here. For example, the great origin core realms in the outside world could sweep through dozens of miles and destroy a small city with their attacks. However, in the demigod Forgotten Garden, attacks of the origin core realm could only cover 10 to 20 yards at most. Apart from that, speed and other aspects were greatly restricted. Chapter 638. Demigod Forgotten Garden. The geniuses that had just entered the sacred land felt the pressure of heaven and earth, and their abilities were suppressed to the extreme. Some small origin core realm geniuses found it hard to even breathe. They needed to get used to the pressure in a short amount of time. Zhao Feng's figure paused for a moment before calmly walking forward. Although the pressure in the demigod Forgotten Garden was strong, it was nothing compared to the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye could sense every flower, tree, and tile in the demigod Forgotten Garden. In the darkness, there seemed to be an immortal intent that controlled the power of heaven and earth. Skeletal Division Leader. Zhao Feng contacted the 10,000 Ghost Pearl and tried. He found that the skeletal division leader couldn't enter the outside world. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised by this. He had gained a comprehensive understanding of the demigod Forgotten Garden a few days ago. There were rules to the demigod Forgotten Garden. Firstly, the geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden could only rely on their own power and couldn't rely on anything else. The skeletal division leader was completely suppressed by the 10,000 ghost pearl. Zhao Feng tried to contact the little thieving cat. This time, he succeeded. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Since the little thieving cat was Zhao Feng's spiritual pet, it wasn't restricted. Otherwise, those cultivation schools like beast tamers would only be able to watch helplessly in the Forgotten Garden. At the same time, in a certain corner of the demigod Forgotten Garden, the warm youth gazed at a black bracelet on his wrist. When the black bracelet faintly shook, and it contained the aura of a void god realm king. Your Highness, the demigod intent is still here and controls the power of heaven and earth. I'm restricted by the laws and can't help you. A voice sounded from the bracelet. The demigod Forgotten Garden is indeed not simple. Let's wait and see, and slowly enjoy the fun of this game. The warm youth, Wen Luan, had a warm smile. Demigod Forgotten Garden. The geniuses from the sacred land that tried to cheat revealed sad expressions. In the demigod Forgotten Garden, all external forces were useless. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Success. Master is indeed worthy of being a mystic light realm sacred lord. He left behind something in the demigod Forgotten Garden a long time ago. Meng Shi flipped her hand, and a purple horn appeared in her hand. The purple Qilin jade horn looked like a simple tool. It didn't have a storage function, nor did it contain any external force. However, as Meng Shi held the horn, a smile bloomed on her face, and she radiated a strong sense of confidence. Since it's like this, then I'll give the 100-flower garden a try first, then attack the myriad treasure tower or the nurturing heart hall. Meng Shi's figure flickered. Even in the demigod Forgotten Garden, her speed was still extremely fast. The demigod Forgotten Garden sounded like a huge garden, but it was actually a huge secret realm. Inside the Forgotten Garden, there were many places that contained opportunities and treasures, but they were also accompanied by dangers. Most of the geniuses in the sacred land knew a bit about the demigod Forgotten Garden. The difference was, some geniuses had more information than others. And, according to the original plan, I'll go to the Purple Smoke Lake first. I'll be able to use my greatest advantage there. Zhao Feng also had his own plan. He had researched the demigod Forgotten Garden before. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air and left a trail of purple wind behind him. The road under his feet was made from a type of green jade stone. Most of the roads in the demigod Forgotten Garden were made from this type of green jade stone. The other places were mostly filled with flowers and trees. This was according to the experience of others. Normally, one wouldn't be attacked by the strong beasts and spirits in the demigod Forgotten Garden on the green jade stone road. After all, the demigod Forgotten Garden was filled with flowers and trees, and those areas were filled with hidden threats. The spiritual senses of outsiders were also suppressed in the demigod Forgotten Garden, so they normally wouldn't enter the areas outside of the green jade stone road. At a certain moment, Teng Zhao Feng's figure leapt up and landed on an ancient tree. He opened his god spiritual eye and looked down to see the terrain on the map. Luckily, the senses of the god spiritual eye can still be used here. Zhao Feng soon confirmed his approximate location. Although the geniuses that entered the demigod Forgotten Garden all had the relevant information, not many of them had a complete map. The demigod Forgotten Garden only opened once every 500 years. Up until now, the true martial sacred land had only explored 60 to 70% of the area, and there were still some unknown or forbidden areas. Zhao Feng used his god's spiritual eye to determine the location with the limited information he had. This way, the direction of his destination, the purple smoke lake, was extremely clear. Tsang. Zhao Feng increased his speed and didn't fly. Instead, he used his movement skill and even the lightning body technique from a long time ago. On the way, Zhao Feng occasionally met one or two geniuses from the sacred land. After entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, everyone was randomly teleported to a certain location on the green jade stone road. Boom! The sound of fighting came from a grassy hill not far away. Several geniuses from the sacred land found a rare grass that had the ability to awaken one's bloodline. However, there was only one grass, and there were several ancient beasts whose strength was comparable to the great origin core realm next to it. A chaotic battle broke out. A total of 4 or 5 geniuses from the sacred land joined the battle. Zhao Feng glanced at them. There were no geniuses from the mystic true sacred clan among them. Although the grass was valuable, Zhao Feng was too lazy to join in. There were many fortunes in the demigod Forgotten Garden. He had his own plan, and his destination was the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng continued on his way. On the way, he tried to avoid fighting with the geniuses from the other sacred lands. However, the demigod Forgotten Garden was huge, and everyone's speed was restricted. They couldn't even fly. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had only finished 2/3 of his journey. Right at this moment, in the garden ahead, a tower glittering with a metallic light appeared. Far away, Zhao Feng felt a surge of treasure aura coming from the metallic tower. Could the tower ahead be the 10,000 treasure tower? Zhao Feng's footsteps paused. The 10,000 treasure tower was a place of fortune in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It contained many treasures that the demigod had collected throughout his life. Some of those treasures were world-shaking divine weapons, while others were rare treasures with all kinds of special abilities. Someone once said that any one of the treasures in the 10,000 treasure tower could change the fate of a normal person. In the past tens of thousands of years, some of the rare treasures that were passed down from the myriad treasure tower created many legends. A mysterious ring had created a void god realm king. A strange token had led to a powerful 2-star sect. A mysterious copper coin had changed the fate of a mediocre person. Apart from that, there were some special items in the 10,000 treasure tower that were similar to the void god protection. They could be used in the demigod Forgotten Garden and weren't restricted by external forces. Because these items came from the demigod Forgotten Garden, they weren't restricted by the magnificent power of heaven and earth. All sorts of reasons made the 10,000 treasure tower an important target for the geniuses of the sacred land. As expected, when Zhao Feng arrived at the 10,000 treasure tower, there were already 40 to 50 geniuses of the sacred land nearby. One had to know. Right now, it was only the beginning of the demigod Forgotten Garden. The demigod Forgotten Garden only opened for half a month each time. It's only the first day, and the 10,000 treasure tower has already gathered so many geniuses. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had studied the 10,000 treasure tower before, and it wasn't like he didn't consider attacking this place first. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on entering the 10,000 treasure tower first. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the competition in the 10,000 treasure tower was too intense. There were all sorts of challenges and dangers within. It was hard to achieve anything in the 10,000 treasure tower with just one person. Unless one was as strong as Nan Gongsheng or Meng Shi. Simply put, it was best to form a team if one wanted to enter the 10,000 treasure tower. Junior Martial Brother Zhao. A voice sounded from a group of 5 or 6 people in front of the 10,000 treasure tower. The owner of the voice was Dong Wenjian. Dong Wenjian was in the group of the true mystic sacred clan. The leader was Senior Martial Brother Nan, one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Zhao Feng stopped. Now, he had two choices. First, join senior martial brother Nan and company's group. Second, reject. Junior martial brother Zhao, hurry up and join the group. There's strength in numbers. Let's enter the 10,000 treasure tower together. Dong Wenjian was very passionate and urged. Zhao Feng hadn't joined the mystic true sacred clan for long, and the only person he had some connections with was Dong Wenjian. Both of them were disciples of Emperor Duanmu. He, junior martial brother Zhao's strength isn't bad. I personally saw you defeat Sua Hong last time. The other people in the group expressed goodwill. There were many forces in the demigod Forgotten Garden, and the competition was intense. The disciples of the clan would take care of each other when they met. The leader, senior martial brother Nan, was expressionless and didn't reject. There was strength in numbers. In his eyes, Zhao Feng's strength could be ranked in the middle. At the very least, he wouldn't drag the group down. Facing Dong Wenjian's invitation, Zhao Feng thought for a while. His eyes twinkled and his expression was resolute. Senior martial brother Dong, I'm sorry, but I have my own plans and can't join your group. Zhao Feng said with slight regret. His first target was the Purple Smoke Lake. The 10,000 treasure tower wasn't suitable for Zhao Feng. He hadn't joined the sacred clan for long and wasn't familiar with the core disciples. Although Dong Wenjian and Zhao Feng were from the same clan, Dong Wenjian didn't have much goodwill towards Zhao Feng in his heart. He was a bit jealous and unbalanced. All of this. Zhao Feng's heart was like a mirror. This place wasn't like the Broken Moon clan's floating crest palace. He didn't have any true friends or people he could trust in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Although Zhao Feng had joined senior martial brother Nan's group and was ordered around by others in the 10,000 treasure tower, he wouldn't be able to get much in the end. The 10,000 treasure tower isn't suitable for me right now. Zhao Feng's figure flashed and he turned into a streak of purple lightning as he continued on his way. Before entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, Zhao Feng was already mentally prepared to be a Lone Ranger and had a will to fight. Even if he was a Lone Ranger, he was going to kill his way out. This Zhao Feng doesn't know what's good for him. Zhao Feng's rejection made Dong Wenjian feel awkward. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't like Zhao Feng and was jealous, but he didn't dare to offend him easily. After all, Zhao Feng was favored by Emperor Duanmu and he was just an in-name disciple. Let him fend for himself. Without the strength of one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, only death awaits a Lone Ranger. Senior martial brother Nan's expression was dark. Zhao Feng actually refused to join his group. This was a slap to his face. Chapter 639. 4 hours later. Zhao Feng flew through the air. A faint purple lake appeared in front of him, and the surface of the lake was covered in mist. The lake was several hundred miles wide, and from afar, it looked like a pure purple jade. This is the biggest lake in the demigod Forgotten Garden, the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng slowed down his footsteps and was extremely cautious. At this moment in time, he had already walked out of the green jade path and approached the moist soil next to the lake. The entire demigod Forgotten Garden had an intent that controlled the power of heaven and earth and determined many laws. Among them, the green jade path was a forbidden area that most beasts didn't dare to enter. Compared to outsiders, the green jade stone path was a relatively safe area. And now, Zhao Feng left the green jade path and entered the Purple Smoke Lake. The Purple Smoke Lake is a place of fortune in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It produces many rare treasures and resources. Zhao Feng stepped on the soil and approached the faint purple lake. The water of the Purple Smoke Lake contained a special spiritual energy. The lake nurtured many precious materials and treasures. At the same time, it also nurtured a large number of powerful aquatic demonic beasts. Purple-scaled grass. The exclamations of several geniuses from the sacred land came from the shore. Whoosh! A man surrounded by flowing water grabbed a purple grass with strange scales and jumped out of the water. He stepped on the water waves and rushed towards the shore of the lake. Bo! Boom! Boom! Around him, there were dozens of giant demonic fish with sharp teeth. They opened their bloody mouths and bit him, unwilling to let him go. The weakest of these beasts were at the true lord rank, and the leading ones had battle power at the origin core realm. The environment of the demigod Forgotten Garden meant that the creatures here were 10 or even 100 times stronger than the outside world. Purple-scaled grass is a grass that can strengthen one's physical body. It can change the body of anyone below the void god realm. Information appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Purple-scaled grass was extremely rare in the outside world, but it was abundant in the Purple Smoke Lake. In the Tsang Ocean, 90% of the purple-scaled grass came from here, and it was priceless outside. Apart from transforming the physical body and strengthening the physique, the purple-scaled grass also had an incredible effect. If one could consume a large amount of purple-scaled grass, it was possible for them to obtain a bloodline ability that strengthened their defense. To put it simply, it could increase a defense-type bloodline ability. How unimaginable was that? But in the demigod Forgotten Garden, all sorts of inconceivable things were reasonable. After all, the master of the Forgotten Garden was half a step into the realm of gods. Save me, the man suddenly screamed as he was attacked by hundreds of demonic fish. Within the demigod Forgotten Garden, ordinary primal core realm cultivators wouldn't be able to fly due to the high grade of the space and the immense pressure. Even a great origin core realm could only fly for a short period of time. Even though the man was proficient in water-type martial arts, he was still in a difficult situation after being attacked by hundreds of demonic fish in the lake. Most of the demonic fish in the Purple Smoke Lake were carnivores. They had a keen sense for the aura of outsiders, so they attacked instinctively. Go help junior martial brother Zhu. There were 2 disciples on the shore, and one of them pulled on a bow. The other used a Soul Dao secret technique, and a weird mental energy shot through the air to stop the attacks of the demonic fish. However, even then, when the water-type male reached the shore, he was covered in blood. The water-type male had just reached the shore. Suddenly, something happened. A ferocious wave of fishy wind rushed out from the water of the lake. A giant figure covered in dark gray scales could be seen in the water. Watch out! It's an ancient crocodile. The other 2 disciples were both late-stage small origin core realms, and they both used their techniques to attack the crocodile. However, the scales of the crocodile were extremely tough, and the attacks of the 2 small origin core realms didn't even leave a mark on it. Whoosh! The ancient crocodile's dark gray scales had traces of purple scales as it pounced on the water elemental man. Arg! The water-type male screamed. Even though he tried to run, one of his legs was still bitten. Crack! The water-type male lost one of his legs, and he escaped from the danger zone under the cover of the other 2 disciples. There are so many water-type Yao spirits in the Purple Smoke Lake. It's even scarier than I imagined. The 3 hadn't recovered yet. In the end, although the 3 of them managed to obtain one of them lost a leg. Although a single purple-scaled grass was extremely valuable, it wasn't worth it to pay such a price. I need to eat at least a dozen purple-scaled grass to have the bloodline ability to strengthen my defense. The 3 had bitter expressions. At the same time, the figures of geniuses from the sacred land could be seen near the Purple Smoke Lake. Only a few geniuses whose cultivation had reached the level of a supremacy would be able to obtain some benefits near the Purple Smoke Lake without being harmed. There were many treasures and resources within the Purple Smoke Lake, and purple-scaled grass was just one of them. The deeper one goes, the more valuable the treasures are. Apparently, there are mermaids in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake, and there's a mysterious palace at the bottom. Zhao Feng organized his thoughts and didn't act rashly. Since they couldn't fly, even great origin core realms could only try their luck near the shore. Not long after, Zhao Feng's thoughts became clearer and clearer. His thoughts were formed the moment the demigod Forgotten Garden opened. That brat's alone. Which force is he from? You don't look familiar. The gazes of the three from before landed on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was leisurely walking toward the trio. The three of them had wary expressions. One of them held a bow, one of them used a Soul Dao secret technique, and the male of water put away the purple-scaled grass. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the three. He arrived at the place where the ancient crocodile had just appeared. The ancient crocodile is one of the few races that can attack the shore of the purple smoke lake. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He slowly sat down under the wary gazes of the three. The three of them were surprised. Was this blue-haired youth an idiot? This place had just been attacked by the ancient crocodile, and he still dared to sit here. The three of us come from the Dark Cloud clan. Which force are you from? The prodigy holding the bow asked. Mystic True Sacred Clan, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng said casually with his back facing the three. Mystic True Sacred Clan. The three from the Dark Cloud clan instantly revealed wary expressions and didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. The two sacred clans stood at the top of the true martial sacred land. Even in the demigod Forgotten Garden, the other two-star forces were at a disadvantage against the disciples of three-star forces. Let's retreat first. The three from the Dark Cloud clan retreated to the green jade stone path and sat down to recover. They didn't leave. Instead, they watched the progress of the other geniuses around the purple smoke lake. Most of the geniuses that tried were chased by the demonic fish and had to escape to the shore. Only one or two great origin core realms and a female beast tamer had some gains. This was especially so for the female beast tamer. She had come prepared and brought many beasts with her. There were also a few flying beasts in the sky that were responsible for guarding the area. Apart from that, the female beast tamer had also tamed more than a dozen demonic fish to help her obtain treasures from the lake. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the female beast tamer and he nodded his head. Right at this moment a wave of wind rushed toward Zhao Feng from the shore. Ancient crocodile. The hearts of the three Dark Cloud clan geniuses jumped. The battle power of the ancient crocodile was close to the peak small origin core realm, and its defense could block attacks from those at the great origin core realm. Come. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he opened his god's spiritual eye and locked onto the ancient crocodile. Dark Heart Seal. A soul-piercing coldness appeared from the left eye of the god's spiritual eye and drilled into the ancient crocodile's soul. Instantly, the ancient crocodile's figure froze in the air and fell to the ground. Zhao Feng sat on the ground with a calm expression. A breath or two later, the ancient crocodile had a respectful and submissive expression on its face as it arrived at Zhao Feng's side. And, the first one. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Although the defense of the ancient crocodile's body was strong, its soul was average. This. The expressions of the three from the Dark Cloud clan changed dramatically. He controlled an ancient crocodile so easily. The genius that specialized in the Tao of the soul was stunned. To control an ancient crocodile, one needed to be at the great origin core realm and be proficient in the Tao of the soul. Even sovereign lords that specialized in the Tao of the soul wouldn't be able to control an ancient crocodile so easily. Immediately afterward, the three of them watched as Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the crocodile. The ancient crocodile was fearful and started to wander around the shore. The shore of the purple smoke lake was the territory of the ancient crocodile. The other demonic fish didn't dare to get close when Zhao Feng sat on the crocodile. A while later, Zhao Feng met the second ancient crocodile and faced the one he was on. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng's left eye circulated a soul eye bloodline technique and successfully enslaved the second ancient crocodile. This way, Zhao Feng now had 2 ancient crocodiles under his command. The eyes of the 3 from the Dark Cloud clan bulged out. After controlling 2 ancient crocodiles, Zhao Feng didn't need to fear anything near the shore. However, Zhao Feng didn't use the ancient crocodile to take some of the treasures near the shore like they had imagined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 ancient crocodiles continued to wander around the shore. An hour later, the 3rd one, the 4th one, the 5th one. The number of crocodiles under Zhao Feng was still increasing. At this moment in time, even the female beast tamer in the distance was alarmed. That guy has a soul eye bloodline and can easily control 5 ancient crocodiles. The female beast tamer's eyes were filled with shock. One had to know, she had spent half a day to control more than a dozen demonic fish and 1 ancient crocodile. Furthermore, the creatures she controlled needed a Soul Dao secret technique or else they would go out of control. However, every time Zhao Feng's Dark Heart seal was used, the target would submit from the depths of their soul and be enslaved. This Soul Dao forbidden technique could solve everything once and for all. He's already controlled 5 or 6 ancient crocodiles. He can move around the shore and mine some precious ancient resources. The female beast tamer looked curiously at Zhao Feng. At this point in time, Zhao Feng had already enslaved 5 or 6 ancient crocodiles, but he still hadn't taken any action. From this, one could see how ambitious the other was. He probably had a long-term plan. Finally, Zhao Feng only let out a long breath after enslaving 10 crocodiles in one go, and he seemed to be slightly tired. 10 ancient crocodiles. The battle power of each one is comparable to a peak small origin core realm, and their defense can block the attacks of a great origin core realm. The hearts of the 3 from the Dark Cloud clan shook. The female beast tamer had an envious expression as she watched Zhao Feng's actions. She was extremely curious. What was this genius of the sacred clan who had a heaven-defying soul eye bloodline technique planning? Chapter 640. After enslaving 10 ancient crocodiles, Zhao Feng's subordinates alone were enough to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake. At this moment in time, the geniuses of the sacred land, including the 2 great origin core realms, were slightly wary of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's every action was watched. After resting for a while, Zhao Feng rode the 10 ancient crocodiles toward the center of the Purple Smoke Lake. He didn't dare to go too deep. There were all kinds of beasts in the Purple Smoke Lake with strange abilities. Some of the Yao fish had thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Once they were caught, even half-step void god realms would have to retreat. With the strength of the ancient crocodiles, they could only be considered one of the top predators around the Purple Smoke Lake. Right at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A school of Yao fish swam toward them. There were hundreds of them, and the weakest was at the True Lord rank. There were almost 10 at the Origin Core realm. These Yao fish sensed the aura of the ancient crocodiles and didn't dare to get close. Advance. Zhao Feng sat on one of the crocodiles and controlled them to approach the school of Yao fish. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, the school of Yao fish panicked. Without hundreds of Yao fish, they wouldn't be able to threaten the 10 ancient crocodiles. 10,000 divine thoughts technique, 1 thought into 10. Zhao Feng's consciousness suddenly split into 10 or 20 parts and aimed at the Yao fish with the Dark Heart seal. These Yao fish were in a panicked state and were easily captured by the Dark Heart seal. In a breath, Zhao Feng's Dark Heart seal had enslaved 18 Yao fish. The Yao fish were all at the True Lord rank, and Zhao Feng's God Spiritual Eye was also successful when using the Dark Heart seal with the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The enslaved Yao fish fearfully swam around the ancient crocodiles. He can control so many Yao fish with 1 thought. The female beast tamer near the shore was in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with deep reverence and even a hint of admiration and worship. They were both mental energy experts, and the other's mastery was extremely high. He instantly split his spiritual sense into 20 strands and unleashed profound soul path secret techniques. To her, this was no different from a master. However, enslaving 18 demonic fish was only Zhao Feng's first wave. The second wave. Zhao Feng divided his mind and enslaved another 20 demonic fish. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. After 5 or 6 waves, there were more than 100 demonic fish under Zhao Feng's command, including 10 Origin Core Realm demonic fish leaders. By the lakeside, the female beast tamer was dumbfounded. Just how dense is his soul power? Even if a soul-type I bloodline can use Soul Dao secret techniques more efficiently and expend less energy, it can't be used endlessly. The female beast tamer was in disbelief. She estimated that Zhao Feng's soul strength was at least at the late-stage Great Origin Core Realm. This was under the huge advantage of the Soul I bloodline, which increased the efficiency by several times and reduced the cost to a third. Within the Purple Smoke Lake, 10 ancient crocodiles and more than 100 demonic fish formed a small army under Zhao Feng's command. And, the first step is almost complete. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. This small army was enough for him to dominate the outer perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. After resting for an hour, Zhao Feng's energy recovered, and he gave a series of orders to his army. Whoosh! 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 The demonic fish scattered and started to become active around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. Under Zhao Feng's command, the demonic fish started to mine the resources around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. There are many treasures in the Purple Smoke Lake. It's too inefficient to rely on just one person, and there are too many threats in the lake. Zhao Feng didn't do anything himself and left everything to his army. These giant crocodiles and demonic fish were used to the environment here, and they were quite intelligent. The 100 or so demonic fish were the main force in mining the resources. The ancient crocodiles were in charge of being the guards. Zhao Feng's god spiritual I was in charge of finding the resources in the lake. Purple-scaled grass. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, and he soon found traces of purple-scaled grass. The violet scale grass was a rare herb that grew in abundance in the Violet Smoke Lake. It possessed an unimaginable and miraculous power. Half of the geniuses that came to the Purple Smoke Lake were here for this grass. Pop! Pop! Not long later, a few demonic fish gathered a few stalks of purple-scaled grass and brought them to Zhao Feng's side. Not bad. Zhao Feng held the stalks of purple-scaled grass and confirmed that they were real. With such a small army of aquatic creatures under his command, he believed that he would be able to collect even more purple-scaled grasses. To test the effects of the purple-scaled grass, Zhao Feng ate one first. In an instant, a cold aura seeped into Zhao Feng's flesh and blood, and then a burning sensation came from his flesh. A faint purple flame floated around Zhao Feng's body. A painful expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face as if he was struggling. Normal Origin Core realms would need at least half a month to consume one stalk of purple-scaled grass. However, Zhao Feng's state of existence wasn't simple, and after absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm, he was like an ancient beast. His ability to absorb and digest couldn't be measured by normal means. This purple-scaled grass does have a certain effect on the state of existence. However, it doesn't have much effect on me. Zhao Feng sensed it. Because his state of existence had reached the limit of the Great Origin Core realm, and it was even close to a king. Even a half-step king's state of existence wasn't as strong as Zhao Feng's. Of course. What Zhao Feng wanted was the ability of the purple-scaled grass to increase his defensive bloodline. Something that could give living beings a kind of bloodline power was rare even in the fan universe. This was also the most valuable effect of the purple-scaled grass. Time passed. Zhao Feng's army gathered many ancient treasures in the Purple Smoke Lake, and the purple-scaled grass was the most important. During the process, it was unavoidable for Zhao Feng's army to suffer some losses. He was slowly increasing the foundation of his army. Half a day later, the number of Yao fish under Zhao Feng's control didn't decrease, and there were now more than 200 of them. As long as the target was enslaved by the Dark Heart Seal, they would completely submit from the perspective of their souls and thoughts. After that, the consumption of his eye bloodline power wasn't as high as before. Purple-scaled grass. Water inkworm grass. Water crystal stone. Ancient black shell, all sorts of precious materials and treasures were delivered to Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's standards were very high, and he would only gather treasures that were tempting to those at the origin core realm or that were already extinct in the outside world. Of these, Zhao Feng's main focus was the purple-scaled grass. The other precious materials and treasures were mostly used for regular external forces, alchemy, artifact refinement, detoxification, etc. The purple-scaled grass could directly increase one's strength. Zhao Feng placed the most importance on these treasures. The efficiency of gathering 1 to 200 Yao fish was extremely high. The number of purple-scaled grass in Zhao Feng's hands continued to increase. 18, 19, 20, Zhao Feng had a lot of gains. Others could only gather 1 or 2 in half a day, and they had to face the pursuit of many aquatic beings. However, he was like a general commanding his subordinates to work for him. Zhao Feng would eat a purple-scaled grass every hour. With the accumulation, Zhao Feng's body still increased, especially his defense. After eating the 10th purple-scaled grass, Zhao Feng felt that his bloodline had started to change. Traces of dark purple watery aura appeared in his flesh. Zhao Feng used his body to control this aura. When a layer of dark purple ripples appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and the outline of scales appeared. Success! Zhao Feng was overjoyed. It sounded incredible to have a new bloodline ability in his body. Zhao Feng could feel that the dark purple ripples on his body had a strong defense. This bloodline defense was similar to the scales on the body of an ancient crocodile. The ancient crocodile was at the small origin core realm, but its defense could block attacks from those at the great origin core realm. As for bloodline abilities, they were usually built on one's physique. Zhao Feng's state of existence was close to the void god realm, and after absorbing a large amount of ancient dream realm aura, the effect of this new bloodline defense was shocking. This bloodline defense has already increased my defense by 30%. Zhao Feng was excited. This effect was just the beginning. He continued to eat purple-scaled grass to increase the density of this bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Feng could also enter the ancient dream realm for a short period of time and absorb the ancient dream realm aura to refine this bloodline. 28, 30, 35, the army of the water race under Zhao Feng's control was still expanding, and its efficiency was becoming higher and higher. These creatures had a certain level of intelligence. Zhao Feng sent the appearance of the purple-scaled grass to some of the Yao fish leaders and told them to gather this rare grass. The next day, Zhao Feng had 30 to 40 purple-scaled grass in his hands. The speed at which he gathered the purple-scaled grass surpassed the speed at which he used them. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's new bloodline ability had become even stronger. With just a thought, a layer of dark purple scales would appear on the surface of his body. The purple scales became more and more condensed. Its defensive power has been strengthened to twice its original level. Furthermore, this bloodline defense has merged directly into my body and doesn't affect my water bloodline. Zhao Feng felt that his body, especially his defense, had increased by a large amount. All of this was obviously seen by the geniuses near the Purple Smoke Lake. A day and a half had passed since the opening of the demonic Forgotten Garden. There were 20 to 30 geniuses gathered near the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng's harvest made the geniuses of the sacred lands jealous and envious. However, the army of the water race under Zhao Feng's control was becoming bigger and bigger, enough to scare most of the geniuses of the sacred lands. 20 ancient crocodiles, 300 to 400 Yao fish. The female beast tamer looked at Zhao Feng as if he wasn't human. In a corner of the lake, a measly small origin core realm took 90% of the purple-scaled grass. His army took most of the purple-scaled grass and other treasures. We didn't even get to eat the bones. 5 or 6 geniuses of the sacred lands gathered together. These people were filled with hatred and unwillingness as they looked at the army of water race on the purple smoke lake. 2 of them had reached the great origin core realm. One was a wrinkled male, and the other was a youth that specialized in the Tao of the sword. The wrinkled male specialized in the Tao of ghost corpses and controlled an army of 100 skeletons. 8 of them were at the origin core realm, and one was a golden sovereign lord. Chapter 641. Senior Martial Brother Jiu, you come from the Thousand Darkness Sacred Sect and specialize in the Tao of the soul. Only you can deal with that brat. A genius from a 2-star sect suggested. Hearing this, the other geniuses from the other sacred lands all agreed. Even the youth at the Sovereign Lord level nodded in agreement. Zhao Feng came from the 3-star mystic true sacred clan, and normal geniuses from 2-star sects didn't dare to offend him. Everyone's eyes landed on the wrinkled Senior Martial Brother Jiu. Okay. Senior Martial Brother Jiu's eyes flashed. Amongst these people, he was the most experienced and powerful. Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng sat on the ancient crocodile, and many demonic fish were active in the nearby waters. For now, he didn't dare to go deep into the Purple Smoke Lake, so he only searched around the perimeter of the lake. According to the information, there are even more powerful beasts in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake, including the legendary mermaid race and the mysterious palace at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. His first step was to search around the perimeter of the Purple Smoke Lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of demonic fish searched for treasures in the nearby waters. The purple-scaled grass was still his main target. Although most of the other treasures were also valuable, they couldn't increase Zhao Feng's strength in a short period of time. 58, 60, 63, Zhao Feng counted the purple-scaled grass that he had obtained. For now, he had used more than 30 purple-scaled grass, which combined with the ancient dream realm aura, created a defensive bloodline. His thoughts moved. A layer of dark purple scales appeared on Zhao Feng's body, as if he was wearing a close-fitting, scaled armor. This defensive bloodline only increases defense and physical strength, but it doesn't have any offensive abilities. However, this bloodline can make it easier for me to merge into the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng found an unexpected benefit. After all, the purple-scaled grass was a product of the Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng had used a large amount of purple-scaled grass, and this defensive bloodline was more suitable for the water, especially the Purple Smoke Lake. Now, even if Zhao Feng was in Purple Smoke Lake, the aquatic creatures in the lake would not treat him as an outsider. Imperceptibly, the pressure of being hated was reduced by more than half. I'll enter the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake after I've collected a total of 100 stalks of purple-scaled grass. Zhao Feng calculated in his heart. Just as he was thinking. Poof! On the other side of the lake, a thick dragon-shaped skeleton floated on the surface of the water. It carried 5 or 6 people and approached them. Ghost Corpse secret art. Zhao Feng turned to look. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the sacred land standing on the dragon-shaped skeleton. The 2 leading supremacies were withered-faced Senior Brother Jiu and the other young man. The other 4 were at the late stage and peak small origin core realms. This group of people came menacingly, their eyes flashing with greed. TSK, Junior surnamed Zhao, you've monopolized a large amount of purple scale grass, monopolizing a large area of precious materials and treasures. You've really made us envious. Senior Brother Jiu said in a strange tone. What do you want? Zhao Feng's sharp gaze was like a cold blade. The people on the dragon-shaped skeleton all felt a coldness. With Zhao Feng's current bloodline, just a glance from him could pressure normal sovereigns. What do we want? We want to buy some purple scale grass. Senior Brother Jiu wasn't scared. With his middle-stage Great Origin Core Realm cultivation and his knowledge of the Tao of the Soul, he wasn't scared of a small Origin Core Realm with talent in the soul. Buy. Zhao Feng squinted his eyes and scanned over these people. These people were obviously here to make trouble under the guise of buying. The value of purple scale grass was immeasurable in the outside world. One stalk of purple scale grass was worth close to a middle-grade earth-grade weapon. To create a defensive bloodline, one would need at least a dozen or even 20 to be safe. How about this? We'll buy one stalk of purple scale grass for 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones. Senior Brother Jiu said. 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones. Some of the geniuses of the sacred grounds who were watching from the shore almost choked. 10,000 high-grade primal crystal stones probably couldn't even buy a single root of purple scale grass. This was blatant extortion. Fuck off. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered with them. However, it was obvious that Senior Brother Jiu and company had come prepared. They hadn't left yet. Instead, they were causing trouble nearby. For example, they were disrupting the movements of the demonic fish so that Zhao Feng couldn't take them. A few of the demonic fish were slaughtered by these people. Humph. Zhao Feng's expression became grim, but he smiled instead of getting angry. That was fine. His goal was to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake, so he would use these people to establish his dominance. Go. With a thought, Zhao Feng controlled 20 ancient crocodiles to charge toward Senior Brother Jiu and company. The battle power of the 20 ancient crocodiles were all comparable to peak small origin core realms, and they charged forward at the same time. The expressions of Senior Brother Jiu and company changed dramatically. The four geniuses below the Great Origin Core Realm instantly started to panic. The ancient crocodiles had the advantage of being in the lake, and their charge instantly scattered everyone. Kill the leader. Senior Brother Jiu roared as two sovereign lords passed by the crocodiles and charged toward Zhao Feng. If they fought head-on against 20 crocodiles and hundreds of demonic fish, even the two sovereign lords would feel their scalps go numb. However, they understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Zhao Feng was the commander of this army. As long as they killed him, everything would collapse, and they would be able to benefit from it. There was no simpler strategy than this. The two Great Origin Core Realm sovereign lords charged toward Zhao Feng one after the other. The Sword Dao youth was at the front, and he was responsible for charging. Senior Martial Brother Jiu controlled the Sovereign Lord Golden Skeleton, and at the same time, he used a Soul Dao secret technique to try and disrupt Zhao Feng's control over the army. Not good. On the shore, the female beast tamer's eyes were filled with unwillingness. As a beast tamer, she knew best that cultivators like her who practiced the Dao control were most afraid of the strong enemy's decapitation strategy. How could Zhao Feng safely retreat from the attacks of two Sovereign Lord-level geniuses? Appear. Zhao Feng sat still as a black flag appeared in his hand. Shwa. With a wave of the black flag, the 100 cursed corpses appeared. Thick gray smoke accompanied by the ghost corpses' resentment enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Sii. Just as the young swordsman got close, he was suppressed by the dense cloud of ghost flames. Countless bloodied hands reached out from the ghostly flames and reached into the Sword Dao youth's body. At this moment, each of Zhao Feng's cursed ghost corpses had reached the half-step origin core realm, and they had merged with the aura of the ancient dream realm. The swordsman had just charged in, and his body felt cold. His essence, chi, and soul were constantly being drained. His battle prowess was instantly weakened by 30 to 40%. Moreover, as time passed, his combat strength would continue to weaken. After 10 breaths of time, he might turn into a pile of bones. Curse of 100 Corpses. Watch me, senior apprentice Brother Gio laughed evilly and controlled the golden skeleton to charge into the ghost corpse curse. The golden skeleton charged into the curse formation and was not affected much. So, the ghost corpse curse didn't have much of an effect on dead creatures that were also ghost corpses. Furthermore, this golden skeleton was at the Great Origin Core realm. As such, Zhao Feng still had to face a complete High Lord and a weakened High Lord sword cultivator. As long as I can successfully decapitate him in a short period of time, I'll be able to kill him. Everything can be broken. Senior Brother Zhou's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, in the next instant, a scream came from the 100 Corpses cursed formation. Ah! The young man was cut by a dark purple blade of light that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Blade of purple destruction. The dark purple blade in Zhao Feng's hand released an aura of destruction and slashed toward the young man. Although the youth was at the early stage Great Origin Core realm and his battle power was stronger than normal sovereign lords, his senses were greatly restricted in the cursed array. How? The Sword Dao youth's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhao Feng have the energy to attack him while controlling the array? Furthermore, the attack was extremely fast. Of course, he didn't know that Zhao Feng cultivated the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique, which allowed him to control the ghost corpse cursed formation with one hand and attack with the other. Whoosh! After his attack succeeded, Zhao Feng's figure vanished. The Sword Dao youth's figure started to sway, and he wanted to escape, but he was surrounded by thick clouds of ghost flames. Being fatally injured, the Sword Dao youth wouldn't be able to break through in a short amount of time. His Great Origin Core realm energy was quickly drained away, becoming fertilizer for the cursed array. Within the ghost corpse cursed formation, Zhao Feng only needed to face the golden skeleton, which was at the sovereign lord level. Purple Destruction Wind Lightning Whip. A dark purple whip condensed in Zhao Feng's hand that was even more condensed than before and wrapped around the golden skeleton with a bam. The power of the Tao of Lightning countered ghost corpses. On top of that, Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning contained an aura of destruction. The core within his body had completely crystallized, and it was comparable to a sovereign lord. The purple destruction True Yuan was even closer to the origin of the ancient dream realm, and its power had surpassed the limits of its original form. Whoosh! Black smoke rose from the golden skeleton as it struggled with all its might. Kneel! Zhao Feng roared as he thrust his palm toward the golden skeleton. His physical strength was like that of a giant beast. At this moment, Zhao Feng's state of existence was close to that of a king, but his physical strength had surpassed logic with the help of the ancient dream realm aura, the heart-blood essence, and the purple-scaled grass. He thrust out his palm, and a surge of ancient bloodline aura radiated from it. Creak! The golden skeleton was suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. The pressure spread from its body to its consciousness. Ice Imperial Seal. A crystal-like seal appeared on Zhao Feng's other palm, and the Ice Imperial power enveloped the golden skeleton. Sizzle! Sizzle! A layer of frost appeared on the golden skeleton's body under the pressure of the extreme cold. Plop! The golden skeleton was pressed onto the surface of the ancient crocodile by Zhao Feng. Brat, don't even think about it. Senior Martial Brother Zhou's expression changed dramatically as he roared. At this moment he couldn't care less about the curse of 100 corpse and charged in to save his golden skeleton. That was a sovereign lord-level ghostly skeleton. Humph. Zhao Feng didn't bother with it. He merged with the Ice Imperial Spear and unleashed the full power of his ice-water bloodline. Sizzle. The golden skeleton's body turned into ice, and it was soon placed in a six-sided crystal seal. Stop. Senior Marshal Brother Jiu leaped over and slammed his palm onto Zhao Feng's body. However, Zhao Feng didn't move. When a layer of dark purple scales appeared on his body, as if he was a dragon scale warrior. Ping! The palm of a great origin core realm seemed to have hit him. Chapter 642. What? Senior Marshal Brother Jiu exclaimed as his palm landed on Zhao Feng, but the latter didn't move an inch. Even if he specialized in the Tao of the Soul and his close combat abilities were average, this was still the full power palm of a sovereign lord. When a layer of dark purple scales appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and his defense had reached a level that even sovereign lords would be scared of. The defensive bloodline of the purple-scaled grass made use of Zhao Feng's powerful body to the extreme. If it were a sovereign with a normal body, no matter how much purple-scaled grass they ate, they wouldn't have such an effect. Seal. Zhao Feng still didn't bother with Senior Marshal Brother Jiu as he circulated his bloodline power and completely sealed the golden skeleton. The golden skeleton lost the ability to struggle. Next, a strong surge of eye bloodline power appeared in Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye, and wisps of purple destruction lightning fire started to appear in his left eye. Whoosh, black smoke rose from the frozen golden skeleton, and the flames in its eye sockets became chaotic and fearful. C.E. Senior Marshal Brother Jiu, who was connected to Zhao Feng's soul, couldn't help but groan. Under the effect of the purple destruction eye flame that could penetrate both material and soul, the mental imprint that came from the golden skeleton was being rapidly worn away. Don't even think about it. Senior Marshal Brother Jiu saw through Zhao Feng's intentions and became enraged. A dark flame surged from his body and wrapped around Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he focused on wiping away the mental energy imprint on the golden skeleton. Within the dimension of his left eye, the eye bloodline lake had reached a radius of 800 yards. Over the past year or so, Zhao Feng had been cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, refining his soul and absorbing an ocean of ancient dream realm aura. His soul was only slightly weaker than a half-step king. It was even more condensed than a normal half-step king, and this was all because of the ancient dream realm aura and the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Therefore, in terms of the soul, Zhao Feng had an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, he was using the god's spiritual eye to unleash the power of the purple destruction eye flame, which suppressed the Tao of ghost corpses. Poof! Senior Brother Jiu's attack was even more powerful, striking Zhao Feng once again. The surface of Zhao Feng's purple scaly skin caved in a little, but it quickly recovered. You should know. Zhao Feng didn't just have this kind of defensive bloodline. He also had the water bloodline, which was top-notch in terms of defense and healing. Even if Senior Brother Jiu's attack was twice as strong and could cause some damage to Zhao Feng, it would still be useless before Zhao Feng's powerful recovery ability. 20%, 30%, 40%, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye quickly erased Senior Brother Jiu's mental imprint on the golden skeleton. Meanwhile, he was multitasking and even used the Dark Heart seal to enslave the golden skeleton. A Supreme Lord-level skeleton. In the future, the 100 Cursed Corpses will have a leader. The skeletal division leader within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl was extremely excited. It could sense what was happening outside through the Dark Heart seed. Stop! Senior Marshal Brother Jiu was enraged and even took out his weapon to attack Zhao Feng even more fiercely. However, he found that his attacks were becoming weaker and weaker. The Ghost Corpse cursed formation was constantly devouring his energy and soul. Arg! Under the power of the Ghost Corpse cursed formation, the sword cultivator was reduced to a puddle of blood. He let out a miserable shriek as he died. Senior Brother Jiu felt a coldness spread through his body. A strong sense of danger caused his face to turn pale. His battle power was weakened to 60 to 70%. Even though he was proficient in the soul path and had strong resistance, he couldn't withstand it. If I don't run now, there won't be any hope. Senior Brother Jiu's scalp went numb. The blue-haired youth was like a dragon-scaled beast. He was a sovereign lord, but he couldn't injure him at all. 60%, 70%, 80%, Zhao Feng's speed became faster and faster. Run! Senior brother Jiu was scared out of his wits. Once Zhao Feng was free, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't follow in the footsteps of the youth. This new core disciple of the mystic true sacred clan might be one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Who within the ghost corpse cursed array, a thick cloud of ghostly flames enveloped senior brother Jiu. 80%, 90%, 100%. Zhao Feng's purple destruction eye flame had successfully erased the mark on the golden skeleton, and the dark heart seal was about to be completed. So, senior brother Jiu used a secret technique and turned into a ghastly figure that barely managed to escape the range of the ghost corpse cursed array. However, in the next instant, he faced the charge of more than a dozen ancient crocodiles and many demonic fish. Pine! 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 Senior brother Jiu's yuan qi was quickly expended as he fought his way out. Done. Zhao Feng used the dark heart seal to successfully enslave the golden skeleton. His dark heart seal didn't just work on humans and beasts, it was also effective on ghost corpses. Whoosh! The golden skeleton charged out of the ghost corpse cursed array and attacked senior brother Jiu from behind. Damn it! Senior brother Jiu gritted his teeth in anger. The sovereign monster that he had raised for more than a dozen years was instantly taken by his opponent. The humiliation left a shadow in his heart. At the same time, Arg! Arg! The other 4 core disciples died under the attacks of the ancient crocodiles and demonic fish. Their bodies were dragged into the ghost corpse cursed array. This scene made senior brother Jiu tremble in fear. So, from the beginning to the end, Zhao Feng was fighting on multiple fronts. He had at least 3 fronts. On the first front, he controlled the ancient crocodiles and demonic fish to capture the other 4 core disciples. On the second front, he controlled the ghost corpse cursed array to suppress the youth who cultivated the sword Dao. On the third front, he erased the golden skeleton's mark. Of course, the third front was the most important, and it took up most of Zhao Feng's energy. Right now, Zhao Feng controlled the golden skeleton to chase after senior brother Jiu. Next to the lake, the core disciples of the sacred land had their mouths open. Grandmaster control. His strength is comparable to the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land. The female beast tamer's eyes were filled with shock. The geniuses of the sacred grounds could only watch as their senior brother Jiu lost both his wife and his men. On a hidden hill near the smoky wave lake, 3 or 4 core disciples were gathered together. If Zhao Feng was present, he would definitely recognize that these core disciples came from the mystic true sacred clan. The one leading them was one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land, Chen Yilin. Senior brother Chen, Zhao Feng has the strength to kill Jiu Maji and company in one fell swoop. Jiang Fan said in disbelief. One had to know that Jiu Maji's cultivation had reached the middle stages of the great origin core realm, and he had a sovereign lord golden skeleton. His battle power was comparable to the top 10 geniuses. On top of that, the youth who cultivated the Tao of the sword also came from a famous clan in the true martial sacred land. Such a team had been defeated by Zhao Feng alone, almost completely annihilated. We've underestimated Zhao Feng. Chen Yilin had a solemn expression. Their group had hidden here in hopes of watching Zhao Feng's show. This means that we won't be able to help and have the initiative to negotiate with Zhao Feng. The other early-stage Great Origin Core Realm genius said in a deep tone. Chen Yilin and company also saw how Zhao Feng controlled the army of the water race. Their original plan was to wait for Zhao Feng to suffer and run into danger before helping him and taking control of the situation. If they wanted to take over the Purple Smoke Lake and obtain the treasures, Zhao Feng's army would be of great use. Right at this moment, Arg! One of senior brother Jiu's arms was sliced off by the golden skeleton. This was mainly because he was weakened in the ghost corpse cursed array. His strength had dropped to 50 to 60%, and he was being harassed by the ancient crocodile and the Yao fish. Finally, senior apprentice brother Jiu sacrificed an arm to escape. This Xiao Feng is too ruthless. He killed several core disciples of the sacred lands. He's from a 3-star sect, and he killed them in self-defense. Those 2-star sects can't do anything to him. The geniuses of the sacred lands next to the lake were filled with wariness and respect for Xiao Feng. Not only was Xiao Feng strong and decisive, but he also had the 3-star mystic true sacred clan behind him. After this battle, although Xiao Feng had lost some of his subordinates, he had gained a lot. His ghost corpse cursed array had absorbed the essence and soul of several sovereigns and even sovereign lords. Furthermore, enslaving a sovereign lord golden skeleton and putting it into the ghost corpse cursed array was like adding wings to a tiger. After resting for an hour, Xiao Feng controlled the water race army and started to replenish their forces. His army wasn't just limited to the crocodile and Yao fish. It also included other creatures, such as the water Yao snake and water cuttlefish. This kind of water-kind army had all kinds of functions, such as attacking, defending, scouting, logistics, assassination, and so on. Half a day later, Zhao Feng's army had 700 to 800 soldiers. 60% of them were Yao fish, and there were 20 to 30 ancient crocodiles. The terrifying strength of this army made the geniuses of the sacred grounds tremble in fear. So scary. This Xiao Feng probably wants to dominate the Purple Smoke Lake and monopolize the resources here. The geniuses around the Purple Smoke Lake tried their best to avoid Xiao Feng. Everyone had seen what happened to Brother Jiu and the others. Under Xiao Feng's control, such a large army harvested all sorts of treasures in an orderly manner. Xiao Feng's wealth was also getting stronger. Just the harvest in the past half a day had already surpassed some half-step kings. At the same time, the number of purple-scaled grass was also increasing. 81, 83, Xiao Feng counted. He had already used 30 to 40 purple-scaled grass, and he felt that the effects were getting worse. But this was within reason. No external force could increase one's strength limitlessly. Even the aura of the ancient dream realm was no exception. Bo! 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 The sound of footsteps came from the surface of the lake. Chen Yilin and a few other core disciples moved closer to Xiao Feng. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao. Chen Yilin spoke with a smile. Xiao Feng controlled his army and opened up a path for Chen Yilin and company to approach. He wasn't very wary of other disciples from the sacred clan. Before entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, the regulations elder had given the order that the disciples of the sacred clan were not allowed to kill each other. Senior Marshal Brother Chen, what can I do for you? Xiao Feng smiled as he glanced at Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's expression was slightly awkward, and he remained silent. Life was just like that. Back when the three of them met in the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, they never would have thought that they would have the chance to work together in the demigod Forgotten Garden. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao. Chen Yilin spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. Although your army is strong, it's not enough if you want to obtain the true treasures in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. You have to know that there are legendary mermaids in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake, and there are even king-level existences. Chapter 643. What does Senior Brother Chen suggest? Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that Chen Yilin could tell that he was after the deepest part of the Purple Smoke Lake. This meant that Chen Yilin had the same ambition. The depths of the Purple Smoke Lake could be said to be a forbidden area in the demigod Forgotten Garden. It wasn't just because there were many powerful beasts in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. Another important point was the Mermaid Clan. The mermaid race was a legendary race that originated from the ancient times. They were gifted, and their intelligence was not much lower than that of humans. From the analysis of the past information, the mermaid race had a large population and could be said to be a small kingdom. The mermaid clan even had a king-level mermaid king. In the past, not many people dared to enter the mermaid kingdom when the demigod Forgotten Garden opened. Even Void God Realm kings would find it hard to fight against the entire mermaid kingdom. I hope that junior brother Zhao can consider the bigger picture and work with us to mine resources in the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. In the mermaid kingdom, the magical mermaid tears are even more valuable than the purple scale grass. Chen Yilin said solemnly. Mermaid tears? Is that all? Zhao Feng had a faint smile on his face. Everyone had information on the demigod Forgotten Garden, not to mention that they were all from the mystic true sacred sect. Mermaid tears were indeed more valuable than purple-scaled grass. The purple-scaled grass was mainly used to target one's physique and bloodline. Mermaid tears, on the other hand, had an effect on the soul. Apparently, mermaid tears were formed from the tears of mermaids over a long period of time. They could purify the soul and help one comprehend the void god realm. Just this point alone was enough to create a fatal temptation for anyone below the king realm. Besides that, the mermaid tear crystal could heal serious wounds on the soul, mend the shadow of the heart, and expel the heart demon. It was even a water element treasure that could be used to refine soul path defensive equipment. I won't hide it from you. Chen Yilin looked deeply at Zhao Feng. If the timing is right, it would be best if we could enter the palace at the bottom of the lake. The palace at the bottom of the lake. The eyes of the mystic true sacred clan disciples lit up. According to the information, the palace at the bottom of the lake had been guarded by the mermaid clan for generations. Rumor has it that the palace at the bottom of the lake is the secret brewing hall of the demigod. It has the legendary Fountain of Youth and Illusion God wine. In the past, the mermaid race specially brewed wine for that demigod. Chen Yilin paused. He believed that Zhao Feng also knew about these rumors. Because, thousands of years ago, a genius from the sacred land entered the demigod Forgotten Garden and fell in love with the princess of the mermaid race. Furthermore, under the mermaid princess's guidance, he stole the Fountain of Youth and the Illusion God wine. That genius from the sacred land had become a king a few years after leaving the demigod Forgotten Garden. Right now, that genius of the sacred ground was already a void god realm emperor of a certain sect in the sacred ground. All of this was thanks to the immortal spring wine and the illusionary god wine. The immortal spring water and illusion god wine were legendary immortal brews even in the vast fan universe. The immortal springs wine can increase one's state of existence by 1,000 years. The illusion god wine can allow one to enter a profound state of emptiness for a short period of time and allow primal core realm cultivators to comprehend the intent of kings. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. The information that Chen Yilin had obtained was basically the same as his. As long as one could obtain both the immortal springs wine and the illusion god wine, even a normal sovereign would have a high chance of becoming a void god realm king. The immortal springs wine could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. With this much time and the increase in one's state of existence, there was basically nothing to worry about. In comparison, Zhao Feng was more interested in the illusion god wine, but it would be best if he could obtain both at the same time. Of course. The palace at the bottom of the lake was also very dangerous. Even kings would find it hard to break through the barrier of the mermaid kingdom. The only way was to outsmart them, and that depended on luck. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, what do you think? Chen Yilin smiled faintly and said. Cooperating is obviously not a problem, but how do we split the benefits? Zhao Feng wasn't an idiot. With the help of one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred land and Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, they were indeed a strong team. How about this, Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, help us get 50 purple-scaled grass to increase our strength and make our auras more compatible with the Purple Smoke Lake. Secondly, the powerful beasts in the depths of the purple smoke lake are not to be underestimated. The rewards on the way, including the mermaid tears, will be split 30 to 70. Junior Marshall brother Zhao will get 30%, and the other 70% will be split between the 5 of us. If we're lucky enough to enter the palace at the bottom of the lake, what we get inside will depend on our own abilities. Chen Yilin gave the general details. Junior Marshall brother Zhao will get 30%, and the 5 of us will only get 70%. Jiang Fan seemed to be slightly unhappy. In terms of per capita, Zhao Feng had the majority. Ha ha ha. You guys get 70%. I get 30%. And I have to give you 50 purple scaled grass. Hearing that, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. Putting aside the 70% split. It was extremely difficult for normal sacred land geniuses to get more than a dozen purple scaled grass, and they would face life-threatening situations. Furthermore, as for the most crucial treasure, the Lake Bottom Palace, Chen Yilin suggested that they should split it according to their own abilities. Junior Marshall brother Zhao, you're alone. Don't be too greedy. Chen Yilin's eyebrows furrowed. That's right. We need to deal with the powerful beasts and mermaids in the depths of the purple smoke lake. The other core disciples chimed in. Zhao Feng smiled coldly and shook his head. Then, Junior Marshall brother, what do you suggest? Chen Yilin was unhappy, but he did need Zhao Feng's army. It was too difficult to gather purple scaled grass alone, and it was a waste of time. You have to take out treasures of relative value to exchange for purple scaled grass. As for what you get on the way, it all depends on you. Everything I get from the army belongs to me. Zhao Feng said decisively. Hearing that, Chen Yilin and company were obviously unwilling. After all, there were many people in Zhao Feng's army, and they would definitely take 90% of the treasures. On the purple smoke lake. Zhao Feng and Chen Yilin's side discussed for a while, but there was no result. Preposterous. Chen Yilin waved his sleeves and left with the core disciples. On the shore, the core disciples of the other sects were startled. Obviously, the negotiations for this cooperation had failed. Zhao Feng didn't care. He controlled the beast army and slowly pushed into the depths of the purple smoke lake. The amount of purple scaled grass he obtained was also accumulating. A few hours later, there was a total of 100 purple scaled grass. Apart from the 30 to 40 that Zhao Feng used himself, there were still 60 left. However, the purple scaled grass was useless to Zhao Feng and couldn't strengthen his defensive bloodline. At this moment, Zhao Feng's focus was on the depths of the purple smoke lake. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts in the purple smoke lake were. Zhao Feng's army suffered heavy losses and the weak were eliminated. However, Zhao Feng's progress was still slow, and there was a lot of resistance. There were many groups of beasts in the depths of the lake. Some groups of the water race were even stronger than Zhao Feng's army. His dark heart seal couldn't be used endlessly either. Half a day later, a powerful aura appeared from the lake ahead. Boom! Amidst the surging waves, a gigantic water monster the size of a small mountain split off countless tentacles and opened its huge mouth as it charged over. Water monster. Zhao Feng was stunned. The monster's battle power was at least comparable to a peak Great Origin Core realm, and it was even close to a half-step king. Under normal circumstances, his marine army would be crushed by the enormous water monster head-on. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng couldn't hold back anymore and used his eye bloodline technique. An icy chill enveloped the tentacle water monster's mind, causing it to slow down. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng's blue hair blew in the wind as a strong soul eye bloodline power surged from his left eye, and a cold aura entered the soul dimension. Amidst the waves, the mountain-sized body of the monster suddenly froze and started to struggle. This monster's strength is probably comparable to the limitless ocean whale from before. If I fight it head-on, I'll suffer heavy losses. Zhao Feng had no path of retreat, so he could only try to control it. However, the life force of the tentacled monster was too big, and Zhao Feng's dark heart seal met with strong resistance. A few breaths later, Zhao Feng's dark heart seal had failed. However, he didn't give up and used a second eye bloodline technique. Eye of illusion. The consciousness of the monster was instantly sucked away. A few breaths later, the tentacled monster was exhausted, and it struggled less. Zhao Feng had tortured its consciousness for several days in the illusion dimension. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng once again used his soul eye bloodline technique. This time, the tentacled monster's resistance was extremely low, and it was easily enslaved by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng let out a breath. This tentacled monster was the strongest creature he currently controlled. Under normal situations, even a few sovereign lords would find it hard to defeat a tentacled monster. After obtaining this tentacled monster, Zhao Feng's speed increased. Even some normal tribes would retreat when they met tentacled monsters. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to attack. Of course. Most of the time, Zhao Feng had the tentacled monster hide at the bottom of the lake as a killing move. He advanced another few dozen miles. Zhao Feng successfully enslaved 2 large water pythons, both of which had ancient bloodlines. The battle power of these 2 pythons was at least at the late-stage Great Origin Core realm, comparable to Senior Martial Brother Jiu. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's army was starting to take shape. 1 tentacled monster, 2 giant water pythons, and dozens of ancient crocodiles. Zhao Feng did a rough count. His water tribe army numbered more than 1,000. 600 to 700 of them were powerful Yao fish, and their battle power was comparable to a half-step Origin Core realm. Apart from the crocodiles, there were also some other beasts with special abilities. I can try to head to the Mermaid Kingdom now. The second step of Zhao Feng's plan was complete. With his army, he wouldn't need to fear any other tribes apart from the Mermaid Kingdom. Bo! 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 10 miles behind the marine race army, the sound of footsteps on the water surface could be heard. There was a total of more than a dozen geniuses from the sacred land, and they all had wicked auras. Senior Martial Brother Jiu, who had lost an arm, was among them. Senior Martial Brother 2, that brat's army is right in front of us. Senior Martial Brother Jiu gritted his teeth. The leader was a bald-headed giant with black scales. He was ugly and fierce, like a butcher. Chapter 644. Senior Martial Brother 2, that brat's army is right ahead. This group of more than a dozen people had the geniuses of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan as the core. Senior Martial Brother Jiu was second. Everyone's fearful gazes landed on the black-scaled bald man. Tu Jusing. One of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. The expressions of Qin Yilan, Jiang Fan, and the others from the mystic true sacred clan changed dramatically. Tu Jusing came from the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, and his cultivation had reached the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. He was one of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. At the same time, his father was the king of the demonic Tao, Tu Wanli. Humph. Jiu Moji found reinforcements so quickly. A core disciple from the mystic true sacred clan snickered coldly. Tu Jusing's group was chasing after Zhao Feng. It was obvious that they were up to no good. Follow. If I'm not wrong, Tu Jusing is definitely going to kill Zhao Feng. Qin Yilan's eyes twinkled. Back then, Tu Jusing's father, Tu Wanli, had lost face in front of Emperor Duanmu's projection. That day, it was all because of Zhao Feng. Not to mention today. Zhao Feng had killed a disciple of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, and he had a lot of treasures on him. Senior Martial Brother 2, I think that Zhao Feng has at least 100 purple-scaled grass and other treasures. Senior Martial Brother Jiu licked his lips. Allow me to go over and capture him. The Water Tribe army will also listen to my orders. A cruel smile appeared on Tu Jusing's ugly face. Bo! 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 Right at this moment, Zhao Feng sensed something and looked back. His Water Tribe army had its own scouts. In the demigod Forgotten Garden, the spiritual sense of the geniuses of the sacred land was suppressed to the limit. Those at the Great Origin Core realm could only sense within 100 yards. In the Purple Smoke Lake, their senses were even more restricted. Tu Jusing and company were sensed by Zhao Feng as soon as they got within 10 miles. Tu Jusing, one of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Zhao Feng murmured. Before the demigod Forgotten Garden opened, Dong Wenjian had introduced him to the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Prepare for battle. Zhao Feng sneered and divided his willpower into 20 to 30 streams, instantly affecting the entire waterkind army. On the surface of the water, at the bottom of the lake, Zhao Feng's Water Tribe army was deployed everywhere, waiting for Tu Jusing and the others to arrive. Among them, only 1/3 of the marine race's forces appeared near the surface of the water. Most of the stronger ones hid in the depths or even at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Brat. Hand over 100 stalks of purple-scaled grass and I'll use them. Tu Jusing's domineering voice came closer. An ancient and serene demonic aura, overbearing and domineering, unscrupulously filled this part of the world. The demonic fish in Zhao Feng's legion all shivered in fear. What a shocking demonic bloodline. This Tu Jusing's mental state is no weaker than a half-step king. Zhao Feng also felt a sense of pressure. Since entering the demigod Forgotten Garden, this was the first enemy that could put pressure on him. Pop! 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 Tu Jusing took the lead and led over a dozen geniuses from the Holy Land. 3 of them were supremacies. Divine Chaos Art. One of the supremacies let out an ear-piercing scream that pierced through the soul dimension. Instantly, the soul dimension became chaotic, as if ghosts and gods were howling. Zhao Feng's army was in chaos, and their minds were in chaos. Some of the demonic fish's minds shattered. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. There was a genius in Tu Jusing's group that specialized in the Tao of the soul. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's control over the army dropped by 70%. Furthermore, Brother Jiu and another genius controlled skeletons, ghost corpses, and flying beasts. There were around 200 of them, and they charged toward Zhao Feng's army. That Tu Jusing isn't just ruthless, he's also very cunning. Behind them, Chen Yilin and the others quietly followed. As long as Zhao Feng is defeated and in desperate straits, he will beg us to help. At that time, we will have the initiative in the negotiation. Jiang Fan's expression was cold. All they had to do now was wait for Zhao Feng to be defeated. In the blink of an eye, Tu Jusing's group launched a lightning-fast attack, causing the army to fall into chaos. Under the cover of the group, Tu Jusing charged forward and charged toward Zhao Feng with unstoppable momentum. Capture the enemy first. Tu Jusing's strategy was the same as Brother Jiu's. However, he was much more powerful. His other teammates were also very experienced, and they were able to pin down the Marine Legion. Kneel and surrender. Tu Jusing yelled. An ancient demonic aura covered everything within 100 feet. Boom! He thrust out his palm, and the blurry image of a fiendish fire dragon could be seen. Just a few ripples were enough to kill the demonic fish and beasts nearby. Even 2 ancient crocodiles, which had strong defenses, were killed on the spot. Break! Zhao Feng rose into the air and thrust out his palm. The cries of a phoenix and lightning flashed as a purple lightning dragon appeared in the storm. Boom! 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 The 2 powerful attacks clashed in the air. Demonic flames shot everywhere, and wind and lightning exploded. A berserk shockwave swept through the air, turning the nearby lifeforms into dust. Luckily, I chose to fight in the air. Zhao Feng's figure swayed as he retreated a few feet. A layer of dark purple scales appeared on his body, but he wasn't injured. Tu Jusing stood on the spot without moving. Tu Jusing had the upper hand in the initial clash, but Zhao Feng wasn't injured. Brat, you're pretty strong. You're able to block my attack with 60% of my power. Tu Jusing let out a sinister laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiendish fire dragon arrived. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Tu Jusing could take on 1 or 2 normal death guards head-on. Good timing. Zhao Feng didn't retreat when he saw Tu Jusing approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng circulated the purple destruction true origin in his crystal core to the maximum, and the power of his body and the aura of the primordial era charged toward Tu Jusing like a primordial beast. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the air, and waves over a dozen feet tall appeared in the water. The shockwave from the clash between Zhao Feng and Tu Jusing made it impossible for senior brother Jiu and the others to get close. Is this the brat's true strength? Senior brother Jiu was shocked. He wouldn't be able to take on Tu Jusing's attack head-on. Boom! Boom! Between the giant waves, Zhao Feng and Tu Jusing fought head-on without backing down. The two exchanged more than a dozen palm strikes in one breath. Another thunderous boom resounded, and the two figures finally separated. Boom! Zhao Feng's figure was pushed back a few dozen feet, and the layer of dark purple scales on his body cracked in a few places. A faint blue layer of water surrounded his body, and his injuries quickly healed. On the other side, Tang! 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 Tu Jusing's figure was pushed back, and he suppressed the clotted blood in his body. There were also some burn marks on his body. Zhao Feng's physical strength is terrifying. It's hard to break through his defense. Tu Jusing was shocked. His bloodline was powerful, and he specialized in close-range combat. He didn't expect to be at a disadvantage. In terms of offense, he was slightly stronger than Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's physical strength, especially his defense, was stronger than his. On top of that, his recovery speed wasn't as fast as Zhao Feng's. The injuries that Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning had left on his body were hard to recover from. On the contrary, Zhao Feng's water bloodline was shocking in terms of defense and recovery. Arg! Arg! Screams came from the group outside the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Giant beasts of the water race with different abilities crawled out from the bottom of the lake. Among them, 2 giant water pythons opened their mouths and devoured a genius of a sacred ground. Zhao Feng's true subordinates were mostly hidden in the depths of the lake. He's fighting Tu Jusing while commanding the army of the water race. Brother Jiu and the genius of the Soul Dao were shocked. However, what happened next made everyone exclaim. Boom! A giant whirlpool suddenly appeared in the water, and a giant tentacled monster charged out. What? Tu Jusing had just regained his footing when he was hit by the tentacles. Pa! Pa! Tu Jusing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the water. He was chased by the tentacled water monster. Humph! Zhao Feng snickered. He didn't join the battle. Instead, he took out the cursed corpse cursed array and controlled the army of the water race to harvest the lives of the geniuses of the sacred ground. Tu Jusing's hunting team became the prey, and they were surrounded by the army of the water race. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred ground, Tu Jusing's battle strength was extraordinary. Even in his current state, he was still able to kill his way out. The tentacled water monster screamed miserably as its flesh and blood were torn apart by him. As expected of one of the top 10 geniuses of the sacred ground. Seeing this, Zhao Feng condensed his eye bloodline power into an invisible spike. Mental energy spike. A cold blue spike pierced through Tu Jusing's soul. Arg! Tu Jusing screamed in pain. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes became bloodshot. The mental energy spike was a pure soul attack that Zhao Feng had created a while ago, and it targeted the target's soul. When the soul was the same, those who were skilled in the soul Dao would have the advantage when using the mental energy spike. If one's soul was stronger, they would be able to deal even more damage. Tu Jusing was caught off guard and was pierced by the mental energy spike. His soul was injured. Retreat. Tu Jusing suppressed the pain in his soul and didn't dare to fight. He led 8 geniuses of the sacred ground out of the encirclement. Almost half of the hunting team had been killed. This Tu Jusing's battle power is too strong. Even the tentacled monster can't do anything to him. Zhao Feng's plan was to gather the army of the water race. The army of the water race had lost 200 to 300 people in this battle, and most of them were low-tier Yao fish. Half of them had died directly or indirectly at Tu Jusing's hands. From this, one could see the battle power of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Furthermore, Tu Jusing's strength wasn't at the top of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Purple Smoke Lake. Only a small number of geniuses of the sacred land witnessed this battle. This was because the battlefield was close to the depths of the Purple Smoke Lake. Even with Tu Jusing's battle prowess, he still suffered a loss at his hands. The disciples of the mystic true sacred clan were stunned and in disbelief. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to be the dark horse that had entered the demigod Forgotten Garden. This Zhao Feng's soul foundation and mastery of the Tao of the soul have already surpassed most of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Either Tu Jusing or I have a chance of winning against him in a one-on-one fight. However, it's extremely disadvantageous in this special environment. Chen Yilin took a deep breath as he revealed a solemn and wary expression. The strength that Zhao Feng displayed was comparable to the 10 geniuses of the sacred land, and he had the advantage in this environment. Chapter 645. Purple Smoke Lake. Zhao Feng reorganized his army. In the battle just now, he had lost a lot of low-tier and middle-tier water race servants. The number of soldiers had dropped below 1,000. Zhao Feng didn't feel the pinch and wasn't in a rush to replenish his army. Right now. As he went deeper into the Purple Smoke Lake, the beasts he met became stronger. The next step is to enter the Mermaid Kingdom. No matter how many soldiers I have, I won't be able to fight against the Mermaid Kingdom. I can only take the path of elites. Zhao Feng was calm. Next. Not only did he not increase the number of soldiers, he even used some to replace stronger beasts. According to Zhao Feng's plan, he wanted to reduce the number of soldiers to 300 to 500 elites or even less. If the number was too large, it would alert the upper echelons of the Mermaid Kingdom. Just as Zhao Feng was slowly advancing. Bo! 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 The sound of water waves came from behind. Brother Zhao. The voices of Chen Yilin and the others came from a few miles away. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. He told the army to stop advancing. Not long after. Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and the other core disciples came in front of Zhao Feng. Brother Chen, brothers and sisters, what can I do for you? Zhao Feng said casually. He had already noticed Chen Yilin and the others. Brother Zhao, let's work together to take down the Mermaid Kingdom. We'll split everything in front of the palace at the bottom of the lake. You get 7 and we get 3. Chen Yilin said. This time, his tone was sincere. Sure. But I have a request. Zhao Feng nodded his head. With the help of Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company, Zhao Feng's speed would increase. Zhao Feng didn't dare to underestimate the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. Jiang Fan's 10,000 ancient races bloodline power couldn't be underestimated either. Brother Zhao, you can say what you want. Chen Yilin was calm. The disciples of the mystic true sacred clan didn't show any dissatisfaction. After all, in the battle just now, Zhao Feng had used his own strength to defeat Tu Jusing's team of over a dozen people. His strength had shocked everyone. This battle had established Zhao Feng's reputation. Zhao Feng's personal strength, together with the marine race army, was irreplaceable. Enter the militarist mermaid kingdom. Before the palace at the bottom of the lake, listen to my commands. Zhao Feng said calmly. Hearing this, the 6 core disciples exchanged glances with each other. Zhao Feng wanted to take command and order all the true disciples present. In the past, this was not negotiable. This was because the core disciples of the mystic true sacred clan were also divided by seniority. All right. Chen Yilan's eyes flickered as he took a deep look at Zhao Feng. As soon as Zhao Feng entered the Lost Garden, he went straight to the purple smoke lake and dominated it step by step. Now. He calmly approached the mermaid kingdom. From this, it could be seen that he definitely had his own plan. He even had ways and confidence to gain benefits from the mermaid kingdom. Let's go. Zhao Feng controlled the marine army and teamed up with Chen Yilan, Jiang Fan, and Chen Yilan as they went deeper into the purple smoke lake. With the addition of Chen Yilan, Jiang Fan, and the others, Zhao Feng's speed increased. Along the way, there were some powerful marine beasts, but Zhao Feng didn't need to do anything. Chen Yilan and Jiang Fan could easily take care of them. Chen Yilan's strength was comparable to Tu Jusing's. Chen Yilan could kill some sovereign lord-level beasts with one move. Jiang Fan was even more special. Once he released the aura of his 10,000 ancient races bloodline, normal marine beasts wouldn't even be able to resist. The aura of a mythical bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races was enough to scare away some hostile groups of the water race. Therefore, the journey was extremely smooth. Zhao Feng's cursed ghost corpses also took the chance to devour sovereign and sovereign lord level beasts. Chen Yilan, Jiang Fan, and company listened to Zhao Feng's orders. Zhao Feng wouldn't let them work for free, so he gave them 10 stalks of purple scaled grass to make their auras more compatible with the purple smoke lake. Chen Yilan and Jiang Fan desperately wanted more purple scaled grass. However, Zhao Feng's condition was that they had to trade for treasures of the same value. In the depths of the purple smoke lake, Zhao Feng's marine army didn't stop gathering treasures. Everything was split 70 to 30%. Zhao Feng took 70%, and Chen Yilan and company took the remaining 30%. Half a day later, some scouts from Zhao Feng's marine army found traces of the mermaid race. They've appeared. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. He could share his vision with the targets enslaved by the Dark Heart Seal. The mermaid race was as the legend said. They had a human body and a fish tail. Their upper body, including their head, was the same as a human's, while their lower body was a fish tail. The females of the mermaid race were especially beautiful. Scatter. Zhao Feng told the marine army to scatter and cover an area of 10 miles. This way, they wouldn't attract too much attention. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, we've arrived at the Mermaid Kingdom. Why don't we collect the mermaid tear crystals first and then attack the palace at the bottom of the lake? Chen Yilan suggested. Before entering the palace, they had to listen to Zhao Feng's instructions. Senior Marshal Brother Chen has the same idea. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. After all, the palace at the bottom of the lake was the center of the mermaid race. It had been guarded for generations. If they tried to attack the palace, the upper echelons of the mermaid race would be alerted. But to collect the mermaid crystal tears, he could do it in secret. Go. Zhao Feng split his thoughts into dozens and controlled some smaller marine beasts to enter the mermaid kingdom. Some of the marine beasts and demonic fish were even skilled in disguise and concealment. Poof! The sound of battle suddenly came from the water ahead. The mermaid race. Chen Yilan's senses were very strong and he found traces of the mermaid race fighting with Zhao Feng's subordinates. It was the first time that most of the core disciples had seen the mermaid race. Zhao Feng raised his hand and stopped Jiang Fan and the others from trying. Dark Heart Seal. Zhao Feng used a soul eye bloodline technique from several miles away. Instantly, the battle ahead stopped. A while later, 2 or 3 enslaved mermaids came in front of the group and bowed at Zhao Feng's feet. These mermaids had all reached the half-step origin core realm. Chen Yilin and company were surprised. The mermaid race is very intelligent and has a certain level of talent in the soul. The pressure from using the Dark Heart Seal is greater. Zhao Feng's heart shook slightly. He knew a lot about the mermaid race. Next, Zhao Feng used the Dark Heart Seal to communicate with the mermaid race. Normal mermaids didn't know the human language, but apparently, the upper echelons of the mermaid race were proficient in it. A while later. Let's head to the northwest. Zhao Feng suddenly said. The eyes of Chen Yilin and company lit up. Zhao Feng had definitely found out about the situation within the mermaid kingdom through the enslaved mermaid race and the whereabouts of the mermaid tear crystals. After that, Zhao Feng and company set off into the depths of the mermaid kingdom. In order to avoid alerting the mermaid kingdom, Zhao Feng left most of his army, especially the larger ones, at the edge of the mermaid kingdom. He only brought a few slaves that were small and specialized in scouting. They would occasionally meet some mermaids on the way. Some were killed by Chen Yilin and company, while others were enslaved by Zhao Feng. At this point in time, Zhao Feng had enslaved dozens of mermaids. 4 of them were at the origin core realm, and the rest were at the true spirit realm. After swimming for more than a dozen miles, they finally found the mermaid tear crystals in front of a coral reef. At the bottom of the dark lake, there were a few translucent crystal beads of different sizes. In the night, the mermaid's crystal tears were like rare night pearls. From far away, Zhao Feng felt a pure and unique soul aura that radiated an unforgettable ripple of love. These are the mermaid tear crystals. It was said that the tears shed by the mermaid clan, who were deeply in love, were the purest love in their hearts. This power can cleanse the soul and help one comprehend the void god realm king realm. Each mermaid tear crystal needs at least 500 years of accumulation. It's extremely rare. Everyone sighed and looked at it silently. The love of the mermaid race was unwavering. This was recorded in the ancient records. Several thousand years ago, the genius from the sacred land was first captured by the mermaid race, then fell in love with the mermaid princess and entered the divine palace guarded by the mermaid race. Mine. Zhao Feng told a few mermaids to mine the mermaid tear crystals. Even though they had been enslaved by Zhao Feng, these mere people instinctively shed tears of sorrow. Chen Yilin and company watched silently and didn't move. Firstly, the benefits were distributed by Zhao Feng. Secondly, the mysterious mental energy from the mermaid tear crystal made everyone immerse themselves in the purest form of love. Under this aura, everyone's heart seemed to be cleansed, and the hatred and sins in their hearts were loosened. The mermaid race is a race that has a certain level of talent in the soul, and the high-tier mermaid race has more females. That's why their tears are imbued with spiritual power. After accumulating for a long time, it has such incredible effects. Zhao Feng nodded his head. The power contained in the mermaid tear crystal wasn't very strong, it wasn't even comparable to a high-grade primal crystal stone. However, its value came from its ability to cleanse one's soul. Coincidentally, this kind of crystal-like mental energy was something that most cultivators didn't have. A while later, several mermaid tear crystals were collected. Zhao Feng didn't stay any longer and headed to the next area. Gradually, all the mermaids within 10 miles were either captured or controlled by Zhao Feng. A part of the forbidden area of the mermaid kingdom seemed to have become Zhao Feng's territory. In this situation, Zhao Feng easily collected dozens of mermaid tear crystals. This number had exceeded the harvest of 4 or 5 times the demigod Forgotten Garden had opened. In the past, very few people could collect mermaid tear crystals every time the demigod Forgotten Garden opened. Most geniuses set their sights on the 10,000 Treasure Tower, 100 Flower Garden, Demigod Tomb, and other areas. In terms of treasures, the Purple Smoke Lake wasn't as good as the 10,000 Treasure Tower. In terms of resources, it wasn't as good as the 100 Flower Garden. Furthermore, the Mermaid Kingdom's enormous power made many geniuses stop. The number of mermaid tear crystals is almost enough. Zhao Feng stopped mining. He controlled a lot of mermaids, and Chen Yilin and the others had also killed a lot along the way. It wouldn't take long before the upper echelons of the Mermaid Kingdom were alerted. Zhao Feng gave 2 to Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan, and 1 to the others. He left 10 to 20 for himself. No one had any objections. Some of them even started to use the mermaid tear crystals. Chapter 646. I wonder what the effect of the mermaid tears is like. Zhao Feng found that 2 core disciples had fallen into a magical mental energy aura. The mermaid tears in their hands emitted a translucent, flawless brilliance that enshrouded their bodies and minds. A while later, the 2 core disciples opened their eyes. Their eyes were clear and their hearts were clear. Their mental energy and even their souls seemed to be cleansed, and their auras started to change. Their strength didn't seem to increase. However, Zhao Feng knew that their mental energy and the power of their hearts had increased. One had to know, comprehending a Void God Realm King mainly relied on one's mental energy and soul. It was because of this that the mermaid tears were useful for comprehending a Void God Realm King. Of course. This effect wasn't the deciding factor, unless it was the illusion god wine. However, for those below the half-step Void God Realm, the cleansing effect of the mermaid tears was extremely rare. If the power of the heart increases, then my own strength will also increase. Zhao Feng sighed. He suddenly thought of a person. That was Xian Wuheng. Xian Wuheng had the lowest talent out of all the geniuses that Zhao Feng had seen. However, Xian Wuheng's mental energy was immeasurable. Even now, Zhao Feng wasn't able to see through Xian Wuheng's strength. Let's give it a try. Zhao Feng took out a few mermaid tears and slowly closed his eyes. There seemed to be an ancient mermaid music in his ears. Wisps of happiness, mixed with sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and pain, were so pure and clear that they rose and fell in Zhao Feng's heart. Zhao Feng's heart seemed to be washed over by time. Every time there was sadness or pain, the sweet and beautiful aura of love cleansed Zhao Feng's heart. The mermaid race was a mysterious and ancient race. It was extremely hard for them to shed a few tears in their life, but they were filled with love. Every drop of mermaid's tear bestowed the sublimation of the mermaid clan's spiritual love. Under the cleansing of the beautiful spiritual love, Zhao Feng's mind gradually became clear from the initial mixed feelings. Zhao Feng's heart became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, all kinds of memories flashed through his mind. In his youth, a slender and elegant young girl in a purple dress stood there. Her clear eyes flickered like a spirit in the wind, intelligent and persistent. It was the purple-robed figure who had been silently paying attention to and chasing after him. After a long separation, that beautiful figure in the mist hugged so close, like the girl next door. Whoosh! The scene shook again. A tortuous and absurd experience lingered in Zhao Feng's mind. Helplessness, depression, pity, and loss. Suddenly, she had a beautiful face that seemed to be filled with resentment, elegant and tranquil. She wore a snow-white veil, and her beautiful figure was like a hazy fairy in a painting. So, I've had it too. Zhao Feng's mind started to become clear under the cleansing of the spiritual love. His intent realm seemed to have been cleansed. The lake of eye bloodline power in his mind started to glow with a crystalline light. Every droplet of eye power was extremely clear. In just a short while, Zhao Feng's intent realm increased by leaps and bounds. Even though the amount of his intent realm didn't increase. However, Zhao Feng's intent realm was clearer. Even the appearance of his intent realm appeared in his mind. This is me. Zhao Feng's understanding of himself became clearer. His intent was firm and powerful. The mist disappeared and he returned to his original self. Half an hour passed. Almost 10 mermaid tears had been used up in Zhao Feng's hand. In the end, his heart was as calm as water, like a crystal. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, the situation isn't good. Our whereabouts seem to have been discovered by the Mermaid Kingdom. Chen Yilan's voice sounded. Zhao Feng opened his eyes. There was a faint glow in his eyes that quickly faded away. However, his eyes were as bright as stars and as clear as crystals. Will be discovered sooner or later. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. He had learned about the situation within 10 miles through his subordinates. They had killed many demonic fish in the Mermaid Kingdom and enslaved many by Zhao Feng. The disappearance of so many mermaids would definitely alert the Mermaid Kingdom. We have to act quickly before the upper echelons of the Mermaid Kingdom are alerted. Chen Yilan's voice was a bit urgent. However, the blue-haired young man was calm and his eyes were clear. It's just a few missing mermaids. The upper echelons of the Mermaid Kingdom won't be alerted in such a short time. As far as I know, the Mermaid King has been in seclusion for the past 10 years. Zhao Feng said slowly. There were 2 paths in front of them. First, retreat and quit while they were ahead. They had gained a lot, especially Zhao Feng, who had obtained a large amount of resources. Second, get the palace at the bottom of the lake. The second choice would put them in great danger. They might be hunted by the entire Mermaid Kingdom or even the Mermaid King. Zhao Feng, do you have a solution? Jiang Fan couldn't help but ask. Chen Yilan's eyes flickered. The journey had been very smooth. It seemed that everything was under Zhao Feng's control. It's very simple. Think back to the case of the person who successfully entered the palace at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Feng smiled. Back then? Of course they knew. Thousands of years ago, the genius from the sacred ground fell in love with the mermaid princess and entered the palace at the bottom of the lake with the mermaid princess' help. As far as I know, the mermaid princess of this generation is extremely beautiful. More importantly, she hasn't found her other half yet. Zhao Feng said indifferently. Zhao Feng, you're not thinking of replicating the method from back then, are you? Chen Yilan rolled his eyes. The mermaids are as smart as humans. They're not stupid. Can the same method be used again? The success back then was a coincidence. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to replicate. Plus, which one of us can make the mermaid princess fall in love with us? How big of a risk would that be? Everyone shook their heads like a rattledrum. The mermaids weren't stupid. They wouldn't be tricked by the same method twice. Hee, who said that the success back then can't be replicated? There's someone like that among us. Zhao Feng lightly chuckled as he replied noncommittally. Who? Who has the ability to make the mermaid princess fall in love at first sight? Everyone glanced at each other. There didn't seem to be a particularly handsome genius among them. That person is you. Zhao Feng smiled and his eyes landed on Jiang Fan. Arg! Jiang Fan staggered and almost cursed out loud. This is too much. Brother Zhao, this isn't a game. What method do you have? Chen Yilan said seriously. In terms of appearance, Jiang Fan was extremely ordinary. He was even a bit weaker than Zhao Feng. It's like this. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before explaining, the mermaid tribe also admires those with noble bloodlines. Senior brother Jiang has the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. From what I heard from the mermaid servants, this mermaid princess is arrogant and doesn't like geniuses of the same race. In other words, this mermaid princess admires those with noble bloodlines. Zhao Feng concluded. Hearing this, a few of the core disciples revealed a look of understanding. No, definitely not. Jiang Fan objected. This plan wasn't reliable. Chen Yilin frowned. This plan did sound a bit tricky. Firstly, the risk was too high. Secondly, love was originally a coincidence of chance and coincidence. Listen to my plan, Zhao Feng suddenly lowered his voice. Finally. Only Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan were left listening to Zhao Feng's plan in their minds. You're really confident? Chen Yilin asked. Jiang Fan's expression softened a little. 90%. If you're not willing, you can go back. Zhao Feng said decisively. Fine. Zhao Feng. Jiang Fan finally decided to take a gamble. If he didn't agree, he would lose the chance to enter the palace at the bottom of the lake. A while later. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Fan was tied up by a few mermaids. 4 mermaid warriors at the Origin Core realm guarded Jiang Fan. Apart from that, there were also some mermaids nearby, including a beautiful mermaid. This outsider dares to insult the mermaid princess. Send him to the mermaid princess palace and let her deal with him. Zhao Feng ordered. The beautiful mermaid happened to be acquainted with the mermaid princess. Yes. The mermaid agreed and sent Jiang Fan, the trophy, to the mermaid kingdom. Next. Everything was within Zhao Feng's control. Jiang Fan was tied up and brought to the mermaid kingdom. He was then sent to the mermaid princess palace. Along the way, a large number of mermaids watched curiously. It was a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. In the eyes of the mermaids, humans were also a rare species. No one would object if such spoils of war were offered to the mermaid princess residence. After all, the abnormalities in the mermaid kingdom hadn't reached the upper echelons yet. Through the mermaid servants, Zhao Feng could see and hear what was going on. The other disciples of the mystic true sacred clan were all lost. Mermaid Princess Palace. Human. Spoils of war. A beautiful mermaid was lazily lying on a bed. When she heard this news, her eyes flashed, revealing a strong interest. Just like that. In the eyes of humans, mermaids were a rare species. Even the mermaid princess wasn't an exception. Bring it to me. The mermaid princess was full of curiosity. Thousands of years ago, the love of the mermaids was considered a forbidden love. But for some reason, the more forbidden something was, the more curious she was. Soon. The tied-up Jiang Fan was brought in front of the mermaid princess. You're a human. The mermaid princess was curious and she touched Jiang Fan's body from top to bottom. When she touched his lower body, Jiang Fan's body stiffened and his face blushed. He cursed Zhao Feng in his mind. But at the same time, in his heart, he was secretly looking forward to having a romantic relationship with this noble and beautiful mermaid princess. That would not be bad. After all, ever since his bloodline had been discovered at a young age, he had been cultivating dully. Jiang Fan was in his 20s and was still a virgin. He hadn't even experienced a relationship before. Thinking to this point, Jiang Fan released a bit of his bloodline aura. 10,000 ancient races bloodline. The mermaid princess was shocked and her bloodline felt pressured. Her crescent moon-like eyes were filled with awe and admiration, and there were also stars twinkling in them. Jiang Fan felt smug. The 10,000 ancient races bloodline was indeed different. Mermaid princess. Piece of cake. However, what the mermaid princess said next made him fall into the abyss. Hee, you must be a spy sent by the humans. Are you trying to seduce me through the beauty trap? Humph. The same old trick from back then, and they want to do it again. Which idiot came up with this plan? Jiang Fan almost vomited blood. What a scam! Chapter 647. The mermaid princess saw through Jiang Fan's honey trap, and her eyes were full of smugness and playfulness. Which idiot came up with this plan? Jiang Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and he cursed Zhao Feng 1,000 times in his heart. Before leaving, Zhao Feng was certain that Jiang Fan had a high chance of winning the mermaid princess's heart with his 10,000 ancient races bloodline. Hee, Zhao Feng. There was a hint of slyness on the beautiful face of the mermaid princess that could cause the downfall of nations and the people. How did you know? Jiang Fan exclaimed. How did this mermaid princess know about Zhao Feng? Could it be? Jiang Fan's heart thumped. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that Zhao Feng and the mermaid princess had been working together? If this was true, then everything made sense. Otherwise, the mermaid princess wouldn't have seen through his honey trap the moment they met. Zhao Feng. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth as an unknown rage spread in his heart. When the surface of Jiang Fan's body was covered with a layer of dark, ancient patterns. His skin was like scales and shells, hard and thick, like a giant beast standing proudly in the wilderness. Crack! Jiang Fan's arms shook and the 10,000 ancient races bloodline in his body exploded, breaking the chains that were binding him. As expected of the 10,000 ancient races bloodline, the mermaid princess, who had reached the great origin core realm, felt a pressure from her bloodline and soul, and her body trembled instinctively. That feeling was like a tiny fish facing a primordial sea beast. I'll take you down first. Jiang Fan raised his hand and grabbed toward the mermaid princess. However, the mermaid princess seemed to know what he was going to do, and she waved her tail before Jiang Fan could make a move. So, in the deep blue water, the mermaid princess easily dodged Jiang Fan's swift and fierce grab. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Fan panicked as he leapt toward the mermaid princess. With his 10,000 ancient races bloodline, even though the mermaid princess was at the middle stage great origin core realm, she wouldn't be able to fight him head-on. However, he had neglected one factor, and that was the environment. This was the mermaid kingdom, the mermaid tribe under the lake. In the water, his speed was greatly restricted. Moreover, Jiang Fan's bloodline specialized in strength and defense. Hee, you can't hit me. Help. The mermaid princess was eccentric and quick-witted. As the princess of the mermaid race, she was used to these waters. In the purple smoke lake, she had the advantage of speed and movement techniques. Even the 10 geniuses of the sacred grounds couldn't compare to him in terms of speed and agility. Oh no! Jiang Fan despaired. He had already sensed that the mermaid clan's experts were rushing over. Run! Seeing that he couldn't do anything to the mermaid princess, Jiang Fan flew away. Pop! The mermaid princess pushed out with her slender hand, and a layer of dark blue sword ripples shot towards Jiang Fan. The attack was unobstructed in the water. Poochie! A bloodstain as thick as a needle was left on Jiang Fan's scale-like skin, but it quickly healed. What a powerful defense! The mermaid princess was slightly dazed. Her all-out attack was unable to pose any real threat to Jiang Fan. Zhao Feng! You've tricked me so badly. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Fan cursed at Zhao Feng as he ran. Zhao Feng! The idiot who came up with the honey trap. The mermaid princess was slightly surprised, but she seemed to be slightly interested. That Zhao Feng wasn't simple to be able to order around the owner of the 10,000 ancient races bloodline. Jiang Fan felt that something was wrong. How did the mermaid princess know what he was thinking? Mind reading? A murmur sounded in his ears. Idiot. The mermaid royal family has the ability to read minds, especially the mermaid princess of every generation. The mermaid princess said proudly. Mind reading. Jiang Fan's heart jumped. Why wasn't there any information about this? If that was the case, how did the genius of the sacred land win the mermaid princess' heart? That genius only succeeded because of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win the mermaid princess' heart. The mockery on the mermaid princess' face became even thicker. So that's how it is. The voice didn't seem to have anything to do with the flow of water, and it sounded in the soul dimension. Who's there? The mermaid princess' body froze, and she finally realized that there was a third voice. At the same moment, Jiang Fan looked to the side of his head and was shocked. The mermaid princess instinctively raised her head. A transparent blue eye appeared in the water, and it looked down coldly, as if it had become one with the water. Zhao Feng. Jiang Fan felt like he was choking. That voice and the eyes in front of him were all Zhao Feng's characteristics. Dark Heart Seal. A mocking light appeared in the eye of nothingness, and a forbidden coldness shot toward the mermaid princess. Not good. The mermaid princess waved her tail and struggled. Being the mermaid princess, her soul talent was extremely high, and she was born with the ability to read minds. Even though Zhao Feng's dark heart seal was strengthened by the Eye of Heaven, it still faced great resistance against the mermaid princess. If she struggled too much, the process of using the dark heart seal would cause the mermaid princess' soul to crumble, and that would exceed Zhao Feng's original goal. This Zhao Feng has a terrifying soul elemental eye bloodline. He's actually able to use a soul eye bloodline technique on me. The mermaid princess felt the difference in their soul Dao. In terms of soul talent, the mysterious human was only stronger than her. Princess! Save the princess! Cries for help came from the surroundings. A small number of sovereign lord-level mermaids had even gotten close. What are you waiting for? Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the soul dimension. Jiang Fan panicked, and his figure flashed toward the mermaid princess and grabbed her by the throat. Let go of the princess. The mermaid experts stopped in their tracks and glared at Jiang Fan. The mermaid princess felt like she was suffocating when Jiang Fan grabbed her by the throat, and she started to struggle less. A breath or two later, the mermaid princess stopped struggling, and respect and submission appeared in her eyes. Jiang Fan was extremely familiar with this change in expression. Shua! The Eye of Heaven above his head disappeared. Don't go. Jiang Fan felt uneasy. However, the next instant, the mermaid princess roared coldly, "Everyone, retreat." Princess! The experts of the mermaid race who had rushed over were confused. However, the princess was in the hands of the enemy, and it was the princess' own order. They didn't dare to disobey. Under the mermaid princess' order, everyone spread out and made a path. I'll kill myself if anyone tries to stop me. A dagger appeared in the mermaid princess' hand, and her expression was numb. The hearts of the mermaid experts went cold, and no one dared to stop her. Jiang Fan was overjoyed, and he left the mermaid princess palace without any obstruction. Hurry and report to the king. The experts of the mermaid race started to talk. One of the half-step void god realms could already tell that the mermaid princess was being controlled. At this moment, the mermaid princess was like a puppet under someone's control. At the same instant, in a certain corner of the mermaid kingdom, Zhao Feng, what's the situation like? Chen Yilin had an urgent expression, and he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Did Junior Marshal Brother Zhang's honey trap work? Everyone felt that the mermaid kingdom was in chaos, and the auras of the upper echelon experts made them feel uneasy. Hehe, who said I used a honey trap? The mermaid princess has been successfully kidnapped. Zhao Feng smiled lightly. Kidnapped the mermaid princess? The hearts of the core disciples present shook, and they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. This Zhao Feng was too bold. He dared to kidnap the mermaid princess. Gulu right at this moment, the sound of flowing water came from ahead. Jiang Fan and the mermaid princess swam over. Chen Yilin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he looked deeply at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's plan was the same as the genius from the sacred land several thousand years ago, which was to start with the mermaid princess. Although the details were different, their goal was the same. Thousands of years ago, the genius from the sacred land had won the mermaid princess' heart and entered the palace at the bottom of the lake. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, had enslaved the mermaid princess. Let's go to the palace at the bottom of the lake. At Zhao Feng's order, the group went straight into the depths of the mermaid kingdom. Along the way, the mermaid princess showed absolute submission. The mermaid kingdom's experts didn't dare to stop them, and they could only watch. 5 minutes later, the group came to a palace at the bottom of the lake surrounded by jade light. Open the door. Zhao Feng said lightly. Yes. The mermaid princess came to the door of the palace at the bottom of the lake, raised her arm, and chanted an ancient mermaid song. There was a mysterious soul fluctuation in the song that communicated with the palace at the bottom of the lake. In the mermaid kingdom, the mermaid princess has a very special status. The mermaid princess isn't necessarily the princess of the kingdom, but the royal mermaids with the most special soul talent. Zhao Feng learned a lot of secrets about the mermaid kingdom from the mermaid princess. To a certain extent, the mermaid princess was like the saintess of some tribes. They had a great and sacred meaning. At the same time, the mermaid princess also had a mission, which was related to her soul talent and inheritance. The mission of the mermaid princess is directly related to the mermaid divine palace. Zhao Feng's thoughts became clearer. No wonder the genius from the sacred land was able to easily enter the divine palace with the mermaid princess' help and obtain the immortal springs wine and illusion god wine. When the door of the mermaid divine palace slowly opened, releasing an ancient aura. Let's go in. Zhao Feng let the mermaid princess lead the way. As Zhao Feng and the others stepped into the mermaid divine palace. Humans. Surrender now. A dominating voice pierced through the soul dimension. The core disciples of the mystic true sacred clan trembled, and their minds seemed to freeze. The owner of the voice was the Mermaid King. The Mermaid Kingdom had caused such a huge commotion and the Mermaid Princess was being held hostage. How could he just stand by and watch? Of course. At this moment, the Mermaid King was still in his palace, but his Void God Realm intent had appeared. Mermaid King, your Void God Realm intent can't kill me with one thought. However, I can destroy the Mermaid Princess soul with just one thought. Zhao Feng's figure stopped, and he remained calm. He wasn't as uneasy as Jiang Fan and the others. He had obviously considered the Mermaid King in his plan. Chapter 648. The intent of a Void God Realm King condensed the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in an area of water. The thoughts of the core disciples of the mystic true sacred clan seemed to freeze, and they couldn't resist at all. Even Qin Yilin and Jiang Fan, who had the 10,000 ancient races ranking, felt uneasy. It was hard to imagine that Zhao Feng could remain so calm despite facing the king intent head-on. Human, you're courting death. A soul dimension trembled, and a magnificent power made the space around Zhao Feng feel as if it was being squeezed. Zhao Feng's face went red, and his breathing quickened. The bones in his body started to crack, and it was as if his knees were going to bend and yield to a king. However, Zhao Feng's body, was able to withstand it. In terms of life force, he was close to a true king, and his physical strength was even stronger after being strengthened by the ancient dream realm aura, the heart blood essence, and the purple-scaled grass. On top of that, Zhao Feng had to withstand the pressure of the ancient dream realm for a long time, and his body contained an ancient aura. Even Jiang Fan's bloodline aura wasn't able to suppress Zhao Feng. Far away, within a palace, this brat's soul has already surpassed the half-step Void God Realm. The Mermaid King's expression became solemn. A measly small origin core realm ant was able to resist his king intent. Zhao Feng's mastery of the Tao of the Soul had also surpassed common sense. Cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique would help him break through to the void god realm in the future. Father, please don't stop, master. The mermaid princess' voice was filled with sorrow as she begged. After being imprinted with the dark heart seal, she completely submitted to Zhao Feng. Although she still had emotions, her master was more important than anything else. This was the scariest part of the dark heart seal, it could enslave a being through their thoughts. Damned human! The Mermaid King roared as he clenched his fists. Being a void god realm king, when had he ever submitted to a puny human ant? Everyone below the void god realm was an ant. This saying had been passed down since ancient times and was recorded in ancient books. Normal origin core realms wouldn't even be able to block a void god realm intent. Those below the king realm are all ants. It's useless against me. Zhao Feng smiled coldly and ordered the mermaid princess to lead the way. Chen Yilin and the others were in a daze. Under the suffocating pressure, they pushed forward like zombies. This Zhao Feng doesn't have the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, but he has such strength. How is that possible? Jiang Fan's heart was in a mess, and his sense of defeat was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, the eye of heaven descended from the sky, like an ancient god looking down on the world. This aura even made his 10,000 ancient race bloodline feel uneasy. Human. If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let you off. The Mermaid King's furious roar shook souls. Mermaid King. Zhao Feng replied indifferently, as long as we achieve our goal and leave safely, I will naturally remove the soul restriction spell on your daughter. But if you do anything out of the ordinary, I can't guarantee that. The Mermaid King's divine sense circled the entrance of the palace for a long time before finally stopping. That brat's eye bloodline isn't simple. Even someone with the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races has to listen to him. The Mermaid King gradually calmed down. Facing a king, Zhao Feng didn't panic at all. It was obvious that this youth had come prepared. He didn't dare to stop them anymore and could only watch as Zhao Feng and company entered the Mermaid Divine Palace. The Mermaid Divine Palace was a forbidden ground for the mermaids. In the past, only the mermaid princess who had accepted the inheritance of the Divine Palace could enter. Otherwise, normal mermaids would be killed by the will of the demigod Forgotten Garden if they entered. Even kings weren't an exception. This intent was the god of this secret dimension and ruled over everything. King. There seemed to be other humans nearby. A mermaid powerhouse came to report. The Mermaid King's expression darkened as his divine sense instantly covered the entire mermaid kingdom. As expected, he saw a group of humans with wicked auras. Stop. Tu Jusing, who was leading the way, suddenly waved his hand. Tu Jusing's group didn't completely give up on the Purple Smoke Lake after their defeat. Everyone analyzed that Zhao Feng's goal of dominating the Purple Smoke Lake and heading deeper might be for the Mermaid Kingdom's benefit. Therefore, Tu Jusing gathered the geniuses of the other forces, including beast tamers and Soul Dao geniuses. One of the Soul Dao geniuses at the Sovereign Lord level also controlled a few mermaids and found out where Zhao Feng and company were, as well as what was happening in the Mermaid Kingdom. Brother Tu, what's wrong? With Zhao Feng leading the way, we'll be able to reap the benefits. Isn't that great? Everyone started to move. After all, with Zhao Feng leading the way, there was less risk for them to reap the benefits from the back. Of course. They didn't know that the Mermaid King had already come out of seclusion. After all, the Mermaid King was only using his void god intent to fight with Zhao Feng and company. Maybe it's just an illusion. Continue to follow them. Tu Jusing nodded. Just then, his soul and bloodline felt a hint of danger, as if he was being spied on. However, that feeling soon disappeared. These geniuses aren't simple. The Mermaid King's eyes twinkled. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to tell that they weren't on the same side as Zhao Feng, they were enemies. Soon, he came up with a plan in his mind. It would be better to let these two groups fight and kill each other inside the temple. He wasn't too worried about the mermaid princess' safety. Not only could Zhao Feng not harm the mermaid princess, but he would also have to protect her because she was his only bargaining chip. Furthermore, with the mermaid princess' ability to adapt to the purple smoke lake, her bloodline power was more than enough to protect herself. All clansmen, retreat 20 miles from the divine palace. The Mermaid King quickly ordered. Although he saw Tu Jusing and the others, he turned a blind eye to them. On the way, with the help of the beast tamer and soul Dao geniuses, Tu Jusing's group avoided the heavily guarded area and approached the palace at the bottom of the lake. The resistance is smaller than I imagined. Looks like that Zhao Feng has the majority of the mermaid race's forces tied down. Tu Jusing's group felt weird. What was even more incredible was that the door to the palace at the bottom of the lake was open. What had happened to the Mermaid Kingdom? Tu Jusing and company couldn't understand, but they couldn't retreat now. Zhao Feng didn't bring his army into the palace at the bottom of the lake. Even if we meet, we still have the ability to fight. The group of 10 or so walked into the palace at the bottom of the lake. The Mermaid King snickered coldly as he watched Tu Jusing and company enter the palace. Without his permission, Tu Jusing and company wouldn't have been able to reach the Mermaid Divine Palace so easily. Another person's strength seems to be pretty good. The Mermaid King's divine sense found a figure at the edge of the Mermaid Kingdom. It was a warm youth. His cultivation had reached the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. Looks like that Zhao Feng has entered the Mermaid Kingdom. The warm youth used his intent of death to clearly determine where Zhao Feng was. Suddenly, the warm youth's expression changed dramatically. King intent. His senses were even sharper than Tu Jusing's. The existence of a king in the Mermaid Kingdom made the warm youth wary. It should be the Mermaid King. The warm youth stood still and didn't move. He felt like the king intent didn't have any enmity toward him, it was just spying on him. Zhao Feng, I'll let you live for a while. The sunny young man stood where he was and waited. In the palace at the bottom of the lake in the Mermaid Kingdom under the lead of the Mermaid Princess, Zhao Feng walked into the legendary Mermaid Divine Palace. The inside of the Mermaid Divine Temple was unexpectedly empty. Apart from some statues and carvings, there was nothing else. However, as they walked deeper, they smelled alcohol. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped out from Zhao Feng's shoulder and inspected the area in front of him. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. The little thieving cat had a strong sense of smell when it came to treasures, especially spiritual wine. Meow. The little thieving cat nimbly jumped onto the Mermaid Princess' shoulder and crossed its paws in front of its chest. It seemed to be very old and arrogant. This cat. The Mermaid Princess couldn't help but look weirdly at the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paw and pointed downward as it harumphed. You know the wine cellar is down there. The Mermaid Princess was extremely surprised. Chen Yilin and company looked at the little thieving cat a few more times. As expected, the Mermaid Princess led the group into the underground wine cellar below the Mermaid Divine Palace. In reality, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye had scanned the first floor of the palace and didn't find anything. Apart from some inheritances related to the mermaid race, they didn't have any effect on humans. After entering the underground wine cellar, the thick smell of alcohol intoxicated everyone. Some of the core disciples felt slightly dizzy. Zhao Feng looked around. The underground wine cellar was even bigger than the first floor of the Mermaid Divine Palace. At the center of the underground wine cellar was an enormous fountain. The fountain was 20 yards wide. In the middle of the pool, there was a lifelike crystal statue of a beautiful mermaid. Fountains spurted out of the hundreds of small holes on the statue of the mermaid. Everyone found that the mermaid in the fountain was 30 to 40% similar to the mermaid princess. This made Zhao Feng fall into thought. The structure of the fountain was also very unique. Outside the fountain were crystal tubes that connected to every corner of the wine cellar. In every corner of the wine cellar, there were wine cups and jars of different styles. Some were made of metal, some were made of bamboo, some were made of porcelain, and some were made of crystal. These wine cups and jugs were filled with 70% spirit wine and immortal wine. Moreover, they would be brewed again every once in a while to maintain their freshness or retain some of the unique warmth and aftertaste of the wine. Of course, the wine cups and jars were all sealed in crystal cabinets. The entire underground wine cellar can automatically brew wine with the mermaid fountain at the center. Those from the mystic true sacred clan were tongue-tied. The entire underground wine cellar was a system that brewed hundreds of rare wines with the mermaid fountain at the center. This is the private wine cellar of a demigod? Zhao Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Chapter 649. Within the underground cellar of the Mermaid Divine Palace, those from the mystic true sacred clan were overjoyed as they looked at the mermaid fountain and the various wines in the crystal cabinets. Is there the legendary immortal spring and illusionary god wine in this underground wine cellar? Zhao Feng asked the mermaid princess. The Mermaid Divine Palace was the sacred land of the Mermaid Kingdom, but it was also a forbidden ground. Normal mermaids couldn't enter the Mermaid Divine Palace. However, the mermaid princesses of every generation had extraordinary soul talents, and their inheritances were inextricably linked to the Mermaid Divine Hall. Yes. The mermaid princess said confidently. Hearing that, everyone's hearts shook. Back then, that genius from the sacred land had obtained the immortal springs wine and illusion god wine, and he broke through to the void god realm in just a few years. The immortal springs wine could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years, and it could increase one's cultivation. 1,000 years of lifespan was enough for normal sovereigns to comprehend void god realm kings without worry. The illusion god wine's effect was even more mysterious, and it could allow one to enter a profound state and comprehend even higher levels. With the immortal springs wine, one had at least a 50% chance of reaching the void god realm. With the illusion god wine, one had at least a 70% chance of reaching the void god realm in the future. If I can have both the immortal springs wine and the illusion god wine, reaching the void god realm is basically guaranteed. Thinking up to there, everyone's breathing quickened. Right at this moment, the mermaid princess spoke. The immortal springs wine is in the mermaid fountain. However, not all fountains are the immortal springs wine. The mermaid princess paused. Everyone calmed down. There were hundreds of holes on the mermaid statue. Only the liquid that comes out from its lower body is the true immortal springs wine. As she spoke up to there, the mermaid princess' face went red. Everyone paused for a moment before feeling awkward. One of the female disciples also lowered her head in embarrassment. Looking closely, Zhao Feng found that the hole connecting the body and the tail of the mermaid statue was releasing a crystal-clear liquid that wasn't normal. That's the immortal springs wine. The two core disciples couldn't contain their greed and excitement as they approached the fountain. Wait! The mermaid princess called out, but it was too late. As soon as the two true disciples got close to the mermaid fountain, their bodies began to sway, as if they were drunk. What a strange power. The fountain pool is actually a wine brewing pool. Even without breathing, the wine aura directly seeps into the body and even affects the soul. Zhao Feng was speechless. Such a strong wine smell, as expected of the wine brewed by a demigod. One had to know that the physique of a demigod was several times stronger than that of a sovereign or a king. If a mortal drank a bottle of ordinary wine, they would be drunk to death. But imagine a beast as large as a mountain drinking a bottle of wine, it could basically be ignored. By the same logic, a demigod's body and alcohol tolerance far exceeded that of a mortal's. Many of the wines brewed here can even make a demigod drunk. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to get close. Even if you can get close, your mind and consciousness will be drunk. How can you get the wine? The mermaid princess asked. After hearing the words, the crowd wore a stern look on their faces. The two true disciples that tried to get close were quickly pulled back by Qin Yilin and Jiang Fan. Then where's the wine in the cabinet? Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the crystal cabinet. The wine brewed in the fountain was sent to the cups and jugs in the cabinet. Because the cabinet is sealed, the smell of wine is weaker. However, the material of the cabinet can't be damaged by anyone below the void god realm. It's also very difficult to open the door of the cabinet. The mermaid princess explained. Hearing that, everyone started to think. There was no doubt that the illusion god wine was in the cabinet. Zhao Feng had tried to control the ghost corpses to get close to the crystal pool. However, the strong smell of wine had spread to his soul. The power of the wine can seep into the mental dimension. Zhao Feng also felt that this was troublesome. Even automatons that didn't have a mind of their own wouldn't be able to complete the task. This was because the automatons and their masters had a mental connection. But how did that genius from the sacred land obtain the immortal spring wine and the illusion god wine? Qin Yilin asked. It's a secret from several thousand years ago, and it's hard to find out. However, the mermaid princess fell into a deep sleep and died within a few years, and she even lost a sacred treasure of the mermaid race. The mermaid princess sighed. Hearing that, everyone's heart dropped. It was obvious that the genius from the sacred land was able to succeed because of luck. It was already a miracle that they were able to reach this step. Next, everyone gave it a try. However, no one was able to get within 20 yards of the crystal pool. In the demigod Forgotten Garden, the maximum range of a peak Great Origin Core Realm's attack was only 20 yards. At the bottom of the Purple Smoke Lake, it was a third less. In other words, no one could use quintessence combat skills to extract the wine from the crystal pool. As for the wine cabinet, it was sealed shut, making it even more difficult to open the cabinet door. Other than Zhao Feng, everyone else had tried, but they had all failed. Zhao Feng didn't try. He stared at the cups and jugs in the crystal cabinet with twinkling eyes. Qin Yilin and company started to think. In the end they thought of a method, which was to use ropes to tie someone up and throw them over, instantly absorbing the immortal spring's wine or other wine. After absorbing the wine, they would quickly pull the person back. This way, the person absorbing the wine wouldn't be able to withstand the smell for long. Only by sending someone over can they absorb it. If it's just a tool, even if they absorb the wine, it will be washed away by the lake water. Qin Yilin confirmed this idea. After all, this was the underwater world. The crystal pool and the cabinet were independent domains, which was why they could ignore the underwater environment. This method is indeed feasible. Put the soul armor on the person tied up and increase their resistance against the smell of the wine. Since it's only for an instant, the amount of alcohol they can withstand is limited. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly. If they wanted to absorb the immortal spring's wine and the wine, they would need to cooperate. According to the previous plan. Before entering the palace, the profits will be split 73. However, after entering the palace, the profits will depend on their own abilities. Qin Yilin suddenly smiled. Zhao Feng didn't object. Because in front of the palace at the bottom of the lake, all kinds of income mainly came from his marine army. Now, Zhao Feng's marine army had no use. PFFF. A core disciple was tied up by a metal rope and thrown into the crystal pool. The person responsible for swinging the rope was Jiang Fan. His physique was the strongest after Zhao Feng. This was the first time. That core disciple was thrown in front of the mermaid statue, but he wasn't precise enough. He only touched a little water before he was pulled back. Oh, that core disciple was drunk and couldn't stand steadily. It was hard for him to do it a second time. I will throw it more accurately next time. Jiang Fan was very confident. Let me do it. Qin Yilin smiled. His cultivation was the highest, and his bloodline physique was extraordinary. PFFF. Qin Yilin was tied up and thrown in front of the mermaid statue. At that instant, the smell of alcohol filled his body. Qin Yilin used a bottle in his hand to catch a mouthful of the Immortal Springs wine. Hee. Qin Yilin was pulled back and put away the bottle. He had caught a mouthful of the Immortal Springs wine just now, but it wasn't much. I need to rest. Someone else. Even Qin Yilin felt slightly drunk, and his consciousness wasn't as clear as usual. In reality, he could still try a second time. However, to be cautious, Qin Yilin had to maintain a clear mind to deal with all kinds of situations. Junior brother Zhao, you can try working with the mermaid princess. Qin Yilin looked at Zhao Feng. He was a bit curious as to why Zhao Feng didn't do anything. In this regard, he was even a little wary. Master. The mermaid princess was slightly shy as she listened to the order. As long as Zhao Feng said it, she was willing to work with him to take the Immortal Springs wine. Let's take the Illusion God wine first. Zhao Feng said. His physique was close to the Void God realm, so he needed a Void God realm intent. Zhao Feng's first target was the Illusion God wine, followed by the Immortal Springs wine. Illusion God wine. Qin Yilin cracked a smile. The wine was placed in the cabinets. It wasn't easy to open the cabinets. Even if he managed to open the cabinets, the smell of alcohol would make him fall into an eternal sleep. Master, the Illusion God wine is in the purple crystal cup in the center. The mermaid princess said. No one knew the mermaid divine palace better than the mermaid princess. Zhao Feng nodded his head. As he thought to there, his left eye focused on the purple crystal cup. At this moment, Qin Yilin and company took another mouthful of the Immortal Springs wine. Jiang Fan and company looked curiously at Zhao Feng. What method would Zhao Feng use to take the Illusion God wine? When a wisp of eye bloodline power formed a whirlpool that engulfed the purple crystal cup. The hearts of Qin Yilin and company jumped. Could it be a spatial eye bloodline technique? The true disciples present were all experienced and knowledgeable. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's body shook. With a boom, his eye bloodline power seemed to be suppressed by heaven and earth. The cup contained a magnificent intent that made Zhao Feng's method of taking the Illusion God wine fail. My void movement is complete, but I can't move the target away. Zhao Feng knew that this power came from the demigod intent on the wine cup in the cabinet. The demigod intent covered the entire demigod Forgotten Garden. It was the ruler of the demigod Forgotten Garden. Zhe, as expected of the demigod Forgotten Garden. That wine cabinet has the ability to stop spatial techniques. The demigod Forgotten Garden has existed for so many years, and there have been a few spatial geniuses. For example, Nan Gongxing specializes in spatial techniques. Qin Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company weren't surprised. On the contrary, they were gloating. Let's try again. Zhao Feng didn't give up so easily. He thought about it. The magnificent intent just now seemed to come from the cup and the wine cabinet. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stood on his shoulder and waved its paws. Okay. Zhao Feng understood what the little thieving cat meant. Spatial movement. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the little thieving cat. Instantly, a faint ripple of eye bloodline power covered the little thieving cat. Shwa! The little thieving cat disappeared from his sight. The eyes of Qin Yilin and company bulged out. In the next instant, meow. The little thieving cat appeared in the wine cabinet and leaned against the illusion god wine. It opened its mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 650. The little thieving cat opened its mouth and swallowed the illusion god wine along with the cup. Qin Yilin, Jiang Fan, and the others were left dumbfounded. The illusion god wine that so many experts couldn't even dream of was easily obtained by this cat. Meow meow. After the little thieving cat swallowed the illusion god wine, a hint of drunkenness appeared in its eyes. It then opened its mouth and swallowed the red and bronze cups next to it. After doing all this, it started to walk drunkenly and its consciousness started to blur. This cat's tolerance for alcohol is so high. The mermaid princess couldn't believe it. Even Qin Yilin and company wouldn't be able to last so long under such a strong smell of alcohol. Right when the little thieving cat was about to take its fourth target, spatial movement. A faint ripple of eye bloodline power formed a blurry whirlpool that swallowed the little thieving cat. At this crucial moment, Zhao Feng knew when to stop. Meow meow meow. The little thieving cat reeked of alcohol appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and instantly started to jump up and down. Everyone was dazed. Qin Yilin and company looked at the little thieving cat with fiery gazes. The little thieving cat's high tolerance for alcohol and intelligence made everyone sigh. If their guesses were correct, the little thieving cat's body had the ability to store items. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng's left eye was like a bottomless pond, and a cold power seeped into the little thieving cat's body. Meow. The drunkenness on the little thieving cat's face faded slightly. The eye of ice soul has a cooling effect on drunkenness. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He and the little thieving cat were connected mentally, so when the little thieving cat was affected by the smell of alcohol, his soul was also affected. Qin Yilin and company didn't pay attention to this detail. Even though the corrosion of the smell of alcohol on Zhao Feng was only limited to his soul, it was only half that of the little thieving cat. However, there was no sign of drunkenness on his face. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye was immune to mental energy, and this smell of alcohol was no exception. Of course. Zhao Feng didn't want to take the risk. Although his state of existence was close to that of a king, his ability to resist the smell of alcohol was definitely not as good as the god's spiritual eye. The danger that came from the will of death was in the purple smoke lake. If Zhao Feng's guess was correct, the sunny youth should have come to the purple smoke lake as well. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, did you obtain the illusion god wine? The eyes of Qin Yilin and the others were filled with eagerness. Zhao Feng also looked at the little thieving cat. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat opened its mouth and spat out a purple crystal cup that was 70% illusory wine. It gave off a faint aura that made one feel intoxicated, and their consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles of their bodies. That's right, it's the illusion god wine. Zhao Feng was certain. With a wave of his hand, he stored the illusion god wine into his ancient metal ring. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat also disappeared into the ancient metal ring. Come out. Zhao Feng chuckled. He grabbed the cat's tail and pulled the little thieving cat out. Meow, the little thieving cat unwillingly spat out a mahogany wine cup and a bronze wine cup. The mahogany wine cup radiated a terrifying fiery aura that instantly turned the water world into a vacuum. What a terrifying fiery aura. Everyone's body, mind, and soul felt as if they were being roasted. Dragon flame wine. The mermaid princess blurted out as her expression changed dramatically. The aura contained within the dragon flame wine was probably even stronger than the illusion god wine. Of course, that was only in terms of the power contained within it. At the same time, the bronze wine cup emitted a numbing electric current. Everyone present felt their souls convulsing. Lightning cloud wine. The mermaid princess' voice trembled slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his hand and put away the dragon flame wine and lightning cloud wine. The dragon flame wine was fire elemental, so it wasn't of much use to Zhao Feng right now. However, the lightning cloud wine was related to lightning, so it should be of great help to Zhao Feng. However, the aura radiating from these two wines was too dominating. In this kind of environment, Zhao Feng didn't dare to try it. The grade of the dragon flame wine and lightning cloud wine is probably no lower than the illusion god wine. The expressions of Chen Yilin and company kept on changing. One of the heavily drunk core disciples looked at Zhao Feng with ill intent. But in the end, Chen Yilin and company suppressed the urge to attack Zhao Feng. They all knew how strong Zhao Feng was. Furthermore, there was the mermaid princess and the thieving cat with unfathomable abilities. On Chen Yilin's side, the core disciples were all drunk and their battle power had decreased. Only Jiang Fan and Chen Yilin kept their heads clear. Among them, Jiang Fan took a small sip of the Immortal Springs wine and sat down cross-legged. The true yuan and aura of life within his body surged. As expected of the Immortal Springs wine, Zhao Feng found that Jiang Fan's state of existence and true yuan cultivation were clearly increasing. According to this trend, Jiang Fan would be able to break through a small rank in a few days after drinking a large mouthful of the Immortal Springs wine. Master, with your strength, I believe it won't be hard for you to take some of the Immortal Springs wine. The mermaid princess had a look of admiration and worship. Meow meow. The little thieving cat volunteered. Zhao Feng nodded his head and took out a rope. He tied the little thieving cat and threw it into the crystal pond. His control of strength was better than Jiang Fan's. But this time, the little thieving cat was accurately thrown into the lower part of the mermaid statue. Meow. The little thieving cat opened its mouth under the mermaid statue and sucked in some of the immortal spring water, which was absorbed by the little thieving cat. It lasted for an entire 3 breaths. The amount of Immortal Springs wine the little thieving cat absorbed was 10 times more than what Chen Yilin and company had. Return. Zhao Feng reached out and pulled the little thieving cat back. Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company had slightly ugly expressions. According to the agreement, what they obtained after entering the palace at the bottom of the lake depended on their own abilities. They originally wanted to have the advantage of numbers, but Zhao Feng's side had obtained so much. Suddenly, this Zhao Feng doesn't look drunk. Chen Yilin's heart shook when he realized this. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat were connected. The smell of alcohol would affect the owner's soul. The little thieving cat had attacked twice. However, Zhao Feng didn't look drunk at all. What did this mean? He hasn't used his full strength yet. Chen Yilin was shocked when he came to this conclusion. Zhao Feng was still holding back. Why was that? Was it because he was wary of those from the same clan? Chen Yilin sighed in his heart. This Zhao Feng wasn't just a normal level of caution. Of course. He didn't know that Zhao Feng wasn't wary of them. Tu Jusing's group has also entered the Mermaid Divine Palace. There's also that warm youth, Wen Luan, who's near the Mermaid Kingdom. Zhao Feng's mind was still looking into the distance. After all, his army was spread out near the Mermaid Kingdom. Pop. 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 The sound of water soon came from the stairs. Ha ha ha, found the place. Tu Jusing's group entered the underground wine cellar. How was this possible? The disciples of the mystic true sacred clan were filled with disbelief. They had used all their methods to enter the Mermaid Divine Palace, including kidnapping the mermaid princess. However, how did Tu Jusing's group enter the Mermaid Divine Palace? There's only one possibility. Zhao Feng snickered coldly in his heart. Without the Mermaid King's permission, Tu Jusing's group wouldn't be able to enter the underground wine cellar so easily. Instantly, the atmosphere in the underground wine cellar was tense. Tu Jusing's group had the absolute advantage in numbers. On the mystic true sacred clan side, several core disciples were drunk and their battle power had dropped by 20 to 30%. Tu Jusing's side also had several sovereign lords, soul Dao geniuses, beast tamers, sword Dao, and ghostly corpse Dao experts. When this group worked together, their power was immeasurable. Chapter 651. The sudden appearance of Tu Jusing's group caught the disciples of the mystic true sacred clan off guard. Qin Yilin was wary and immediately exchanged glances with Zhao Feng. Tu Jusing's group had clearly come prepared. They were accumulating their strength and waiting to act. On the other hand, Qin Yilin and company from the mystic true sacred clan were slightly drunk. 2 or 3 core disciples even had blurred eyes. The wine cellar of a demigod. Tu Jusing laughed weirdly. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, Tu Jusing didn't attack easily. On the mystic true sacred clan side, Qin Yilin, Jiang Fan, and Zhao Feng were the top geniuses of the sacred land. Qin Yilin was also one of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. As for Zhao Feng, Tu Jusing had personally experienced just how difficult it was to deal with him. Furthermore, Jiang Fan, who had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, had explosive power comparable to the 10 geniuses. Seeing this, Qin Yilin let out a breath. From the looks of it, Tu Jusing didn't have any intention of attacking. Both sides had their own advantages. If they fought, it wouldn't benefit either side. The atmosphere on the field eased up a little. Tu Jusing's group also understood the layout of the wine cellar and prepared to obtain the wine. Wait. An indifferent voice caused the slightly soothing atmosphere to freeze again. The person who spoke was a blue-haired youth with cold eyes. Zhao Feng, are you trying to stop me? Tu Jusing's expression became grim. He was wary of Zhao Feng. Tu Jusing's group of more than a dozen people had been defeated by Zhao Feng with one move, and many of them had been injured or killed. Tu Jusing's mind had been injured in that battle, and he had only just recovered. Even now, Zhao Feng didn't have an army with him, but his strength and mastery of the Soul Dao were terrifying. All of you, stay here. Zhao Feng's expression was cold and filled with killing intent. Instantly, the blue-haired figure exuded an ancient and primitive aura from his bloodline and physique. What a strong ancient aura. Jiang Fan felt a chill in his heart. Ever since they met in the Void Ocean Spirit Palace, Zhao Feng's bloodline aura had become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, an ice-cold soul pressure permeated this underwater world. Apart from Tu Jusing himself, many of the experts in his group felt a suffocating pressure in their bodies and souls. Zhao Feng, do you really want to start a war, or are you just trying to intimidate Tu Jusing? Qin Yilin was shocked and sent a voice transmission through his spiritual sense. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't want to become enemies with Tu Jusing's team. After all, the profits in this underground wine cellar could be obtained by anyone, as long as they had the ability. Zhao Feng used his actions to answer Qin Yilin. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a supremacy-rank golden skeleton floated in front of him. Master! The mermaid princess shook her tail and appeared on the other side. Instantly, Zhao Feng now had 2 supremacies by his side. Among them, the mermaid princess had an innate soul talent, which allowed her to display a greater advantage in the underwater world. Meow meow. A black flag appeared in the little thieving cat's hand, and as it waved it, a thick cloud of dark flames that carried the power of ghost corpses covered everything within 100 yards. Prepare for battle. Tu Jusing's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Feng's methods and power had exceeded his expectations. At this point in time, many people present couldn't understand. Why did Zhao Feng want to become enemies with Tu Jusing? Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, are you sure you want to do this? Fighting to the death isn't good for any of us. Qin Yilin said in a solemn tone. 10 purple-scaled grass. Even if you don't participate, I will. Zhao Feng said emotionlessly. He didn't explain why. At this moment in time, Tu Jusing's threat was secondary. There was a bigger threat at the edge of the Mermaid Kingdom. If Tu Jusing and the sunny young man, Wen Luoan, attacked together, it would be even more dangerous. Luckily for now, Wen Luoan, the disciple of the Emperor of Death, didn't enter the Mermaid Divine Palace. Fine. Chen Yilin was slightly helpless, but he still agreed. If Zhao Feng wanted to attack, they wouldn't be able to escape. If that was the case, he might as well choose the 10 purple scaled grass and work with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, how confident are you? Jiang Fan asked. If it's just me, I'm 90% confident. With you guys, it's 100%. Hearing this, Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan almost choked. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng turned into a blue stream of water and disappeared in a flash. In the world of water, Zhao Feng used his water bloodline. At the same time, the power of the ghost corpse cursed array covered Zhao Feng's figure and suppressed Tu Jusing's group. The mermaid princess and the golden skeleton, 2 sovereign lords, also charged over. You're courting death. Tu Jusing's cold roar echoed in the underground cellar. Suddenly, the illusions of 2 demonic flaming dragons appeared behind him, and the ancient power of the demonic Tao pushed away the ghost corpse's resentment. This time, Tu Jusing didn't underestimate his opponent and used the inherited battle technique of the Sacred Sun sect. Boom! The blue water around Zhao Feng was as deep as the ocean, and a layer of dark purple scales appeared on his body. In the purple smoke lake, the power of his water bloodline and his newly added defensive bloodline had both become stronger. The 2 geniuses clashed head-on for the second time. Boom! Tu Jusing was knocked back several meters by the punch, and his blood churned. The ripples on Zhao Feng's body dimmed a little, and his figure turned into a blue stream of water that disappeared in a flash. It was obvious that Zhao Feng's bloodline had a greater advantage in the world of water. Your opponent is me. As soon as Tu Jusing came to a stop, a profound white crystalline light shot toward him, reflecting rays of silver-white crystalline light. Chen Yilin. Tu Jusing didn't dare to be careless. The illusions of the demonic flaming dragons suddenly expanded and clashed with Chen Yilin. Right at this moment, arg! Screams came from the demonic Tao group as they were suppressed by the ghost corpses. Zhao Feng, the mermaid princess, and the golden skeleton used the cover of the ghost corpse cursed array to sweep through the demonic Tao group. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved the array flag, and surges of dark flames turned into ghost corpses in the shape of snakes that wrapped around some of the enemy geniuses. Hee hee. After killing 1 or 2 people, Zhao Feng retreated to the stairs at the entrance. Tu Jusing and company felt their hearts go cold when they saw this. Zhao Feng really did want to kill them all in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha. Tu Jusing, take this. Jiang Fan's 10,000 ancient races bloodline suddenly exploded as he charged over from the side. Boom! Boom! Pine! Tu Jusing was forced back as he fought against 2 people at the same time, and blood leaked out of his mouth. The 10,000 ancient races bloodline showed obvious signs of suppressing his demon Tao bloodline. Within the group, 2 or 3 people split off to deal with Jiang Fan, but they weren't his match. Tu Jusing was worried about Zhao Feng the most. However, whatever he was afraid of would come. Eye of Illusion, Illusion City Maze. A blue ripple appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and a whirlpool of water seemed to form within it, creating a lethal attraction force. Shwa! Everyone's hearts shook. In the next instant, the underground wine cellar in front of him had been replaced by a desolate ancient city. The ancient city was covered in white mist, and the terrain inside was complex like a maze. Not good. It's a Soul Dao illusion. A Soul Dao genius from the demonic Dao group couldn't help but exclaim. However, after cultivating the Dark Eye secret technique and the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, Zhao Feng's soul Dao had reached a new level. The illusion city maze now covered the soul consciousness of all targets within range, and the power of illusions went deeper into the soul. At the same time, the ancient and mysterious mermaid song drifted over, causing one's mind to go into a daze, sinking into that beautiful yet melancholic music. So, the mermaid princess cooperated with Zhao Feng and used her soul talent, mermaid song. The Song of Mermaids was one of the most legendary types of soul music Dao. In terms of bewitching illusions, female mermaids specialized in them. This mermaid princess mastery of soul Dao illusions isn't any weaker than mine, and the bewitching power is even purer. Zhao Feng was secretly surprised. The combination of the illusion city maze and the mermaid song pushed the power of illusions to the limit. Those below the half-step void god realm wouldn't be able to escape. Arg! Screams came from the demonic Dao geniuses near the ghost corpse cursed array. Quick! Retreat! Tu Jusing exclaimed in shock and sucked in a cold breath. Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company were all stunned. What Zhao Feng said before was indeed not a lie. Even without Chen Yilin and company, Zhao Feng was 90% confident that he could defeat Tu Jusing's group. Where do you think you're going? Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan teamed up to kill Tu Jusing. Furthermore, Zhao Feng smiled faintly as he waited at the entrance of the stairs. Demonic sky body. Tu Jusing yelled under the pressure of danger. The dark demonic flames around his body expanded and turned into the image of a demonic sovereign. In an instant, Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan were pushed back by a domineering aura. Tu Jusing's combat power doubled after using his bloodline technique. At this moment, even a few half-step king realms wouldn't be a match for him. All of you, die. Tu Jusing's combat power suppressed everyone. At this moment, Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and even Zhao Feng couldn't fight him head-on. At most, they could stay alive. Die. Tu Jusing gave a savage smile as he charged toward Zhao Feng. He hated Zhao Feng the most. Secondly, Zhao Feng was blocking the entrance of the stairs. Divine light of destruction. A streak of green light pierced through the world in the water. It trembled and was dazzling, and it was suffused with countless specks of piercingly cold light. Zhao Feng's left eye was like an azure moon. Boom! The dark demonic flames around Tu Jusing and the image of the demonic sovereign that connected heaven and earth were instantly peeled off. The divine light of destruction was said to be able to destroy everything in heaven and earth. Zhao Feng's divine light of destruction was copied from the Golden Sun family. Although it wasn't the purest, it was close to being perfected with his soul Dao Eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng also knows an eye bloodline technique that can analyze and split things. Chen Yilin and company were surprised. The divine light of destruction had weakened Tu Jusing's demonic sky body by 20 to 30%. He's still one of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land. His bloodline techniques are several levels higher than those from the other zones. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. If it was just a normal strengthening technique, Zhao Feng's divine light of destruction might have been able to destroy it. Ice Soul Shooting Line. A half-transparent ray of light shot toward Tu Jusing. Tu Jusing's body shook slightly as his soul shook, and his speed slowed down. At the same time, Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan also used their strongest bloodline techniques and attacked Tu Jusing from behind. Wah! Tu Jusing spat out a mouthful of blood and roared as he turned into a demonic figure that leapt toward Zhao Feng. Chapter 652. Tu Jusing leaped toward Zhao Feng with his injured body. Junior Marshal Brother Zhao, watch out. Chen Yilin and company broke out in cold sweat. In the demonic sky body state, Tu Jusing's intent was connected to the demonic sky, and he was almost invincible against those below the void god realm. And this was even after being weakened by 30% by the divine light of destruction. One had to admit that each of the 10 geniuses of the sacred land was a star in the sky. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he stood there calmly. Although Tu Jusing's battle power was strong, Zhao Feng wouldn't have any problem staying alive. If he used the void space ice slash, there was a high chance that he could instantly kill Tu Jusing. However, Zhao Feng's true threat wasn't Tu Jusing. He needed to conserve more of his battle power in order to deal with future dangers. Wind Lightning 100 changes. A ball of purple lightning released from Zhao Feng's body. Whoosh! 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 The ball of purple lightning split into 2, and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen afterimages of Zhao Feng appeared near the entrance of the staircase. Whoosh! Tu Jusing's palm instantly missed. What was incredible was that the surrounding purple wind shadows all had offensive abilities, and their auras were connected, making it hard to tell which one was real and which was fake. After cultivating the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique, Zhao Feng's Wind Lightning 100 changes had reached a whole new level. Each of the purple wind shadows was extremely cunning. Divine Light of Destruction. The second streak of green light pierced through the world in the water. It trembled and was dazzling, and it was suffused with countless specks of sharp light. Boom! The battle power of Tu Jusing's demonic sky body decreased by another 20% to 30%, and it started to become unstable. Wings of Wind and Lightning. Purple destruction wings of wind and lightning extended from Zhao Feng's back, and the power of his wind lightning intent skyrocketed, making him seem like an ancient demon surrounded by wind and lightning. Boom! A terrifying surge of purple destruction wind lightning radiated an ancient aura of destruction and spread across a radius of 20 yards. Break! As Zhao Feng punched out with his palm, one could vaguely see a purple destruction wind thunder dragon roaring in the destructive storm. With the support of the wings of wind and thunder, Zhao Feng's speed, attack, and concept of wind and thunder were all raised to a whole new level. As for Tu Jusing, under the 2 beams of divine light of annihilation, his bloodline's secret art was greatly weakened, and he was severely injured. Boom! The 2 destructive and tyrannical energies collided, and the surrounding water turned into a vacuum. Blade of Purple Destruction. The tempest wings on Zhao Feng's back fluttered, and a dark purple light blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Puff! Crackle! The 2 figures clashed over a dozen times at lightning speed on the steps. When Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan charged over, Tu Jusing's body was covered in a few bloody and scorched marks. Run! Tu Jusing was terrified. Under the wings of wind and lightning, Zhao Feng's speed and mobility were superior. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's defense was too strong, and his bloodline was compatible with the underwater world. He was undefeatable. Chase! Zhao Feng chased Tu Jusing all the way to the first floor of the Mermaid Divine Palace. At a certain moment. Crack! The wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back fluttered, and he felt as if he had broken through the restrictions of space. In a flash, the wings of wind and lightning closed in on Tu Jusing. Swoosh! The blade of purple destruction flashed and cut off one of Tu Jusing's arms. Arg! Tu Jusing screamed. He even burned his true yuan and charged out of the Mermaid Divine Palace like a blazing beam of light. My wings of wind and lightning have barely touched the surface of space. Zhao Feng experienced the feeling of breaking through the restrictions of space. After all, Zhao Feng hadn't comprehended the true essence of the wings of wind and lightning yet. The true wings of wind and lightning had powerful lightning wing combat techniques and incredible abilities, such as traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. That Tu Jusing won't be a threat for the next 10 days. Zhao Feng sent Tu Jusing off with his eyes. He didn't have any trustworthy friends in the demigod Forgotten Garden, so he needed to conserve his strength. Whoosh! Tu Jusing burned his true yuan and turned into a ball of demonic flames that flew out of the Mermaid Kingdom. So fast. Secretly, the Mermaid King was quite surprised. His divine sense couldn't enter the Mermaid Divine Palace. From the looks of it, almost all of Tu Jusing's group had been killed. Tu Jusing, who had managed to escape, was heavily injured and had lost an arm. This Xiao Feng is so terrifying. Looks like I'll have to ask Meng Shi for help. However, she's currently sweeping through the 100-flower garden and collecting countless treasures. Tu Jusing thought. Meng Shi was proud. She had the bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races, and her master was a mystic light realm's sacred lord. Senior Martial Brother Tuesday, a warm voice sounded from above. Who is it? Tu Jusing jumped up in fright. Just as he reacted, a slender and fair hand pressed down on his shoulder. It's you. A warm youth next to Tu Jusing had a warm smile on his face. Sii. Tu Jusing's entire body hurt, and his bloodline and true yuan started to tremble. All of his power was restricted. How is this possible? Tu Jusing couldn't believe it. They were both at the late-stage Great Origin Core realm. That sunny young man had easily sealed him with a single hand. He couldn't fight back at all. Furthermore, Tu Jusing's soul and bloodline started to tremble in fear. Junior Martial Brother Wen, the situation is like this. Tu Jusing told him what had happened in the Mermaid Divine Palace with respect and fear. He didn't dare to fight back in front of the warm youth, and he submitted from the bottom of his heart. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too big. At the same time, the Mermaid King's divine sense was slightly surprised. This seemingly harmless, sunny youth actually had such a powerful strength. Suddenly, the warm youth looked up. King, why have you been watching for so long? When the divine sense of the king in the air suddenly released a powerful magnificent power. King, could it be? Tu Jusing's expression changed dramatically. The warm youth looked up expressionlessly. Human, we might have a chance to work together. The Mermaid King's voice sounded next to the warm youth's ear. What's wrong that even a king can't solve? Why should I believe you? The warm youth said. Mermaid Divine Palace, Underground Wine Cellar, Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company were still trying to obtain the Immortal Springs wine, and they even had their eyes on the wine in the cabinets. I've obtained the Immortal Springs wine, the Illusion God wine, the Dragon Flame wine, and the Lightning Cloud wine. Xiao Feng stopped. He needed to conserve more yuan qi in order to deal with the pursuit of death. This was because he couldn't get rid of the death guards. Xiao Feng found a corner and sat down. The Mermaid Princess and the Golden Skeleton stood on his left and right. The little thieving cat sat on Xiao Feng's shoulder and hiccuped. Firstly, Xiao Feng took a small sip of the Immortal Springs wine. The Immortal Springs wine melted in his mouth and merged into his body. The true yuan within Xiao Feng's body instantly started to surge, and his life force rose dramatically. What was even more unique was that this power was extremely gentle, as if it was the blessing of the Mother of Life. Even a mortal kid could absorb a mouthful of the fountain of unaging and be reborn, enjoying a lifespan of 1,000 years. Xiao Feng's cultivation was increasing at a visible rate. Even a mortal can turn into a true spirit realm cultivator after drinking a mouthful of the Immortal Springs wine and live for 1,000 years. Xiao Feng felt how heaven-defying the Immortal Springs wine was. At the bottom of the cultivation world, every increase in level was incomparably difficult. However, for the demigods at the top of the Fan Universe's pyramid, it was extremely easy. However, Xiao Feng believed that increasing one's strength step by step was the most reliable and had the most potential. In just a short while, Xiao Feng had drunk 2 or 3 mouthfuls of the Immortal Springs wine. His true yuan had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was close to the peak Small Origin Core realm. After all, a crystal core had already formed within Xiao Feng's body, and he could absorb the Immortal Springs wine's energy to the maximum. After I completely absorbed the Immortal Springs wine's energy, my state of existence won't be weaker than a king's. My cultivation will be close to the great origin core realm. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt the change in his state of existence. The change wasn't very obvious. This was because Zhao Feng's state of existence was close to that of a king with the help of the ancient dream realm aura, the heart-blood essence, and the purple-scaled grass. On the other hand, the immortal springs wine was only useful for those below the void god realm. It had no practical use for kings. Furthermore, the 1,000-year increase in lifespan couldn't be stacked. Zhao Feng drank 2 or 3 mouthfuls and waited for his body to completely absorb it. We're both using the immortal springs wine, but how can Zhao Feng's effect be better than mine? On the other side, Jian Fan noticed the change in Zhao Feng. He obviously didn't know that Zhao Feng's body had already formed a crystal core. The great origin core realm wasn't a bottleneck for Zhao Feng. All he needed was to accumulate energy. On the other hand, the immortal springs wine increased his accumulation speed by thousands of times. Let's try the illusion god wine. Zhao Feng glanced at Chen Yilin and the others. They were all resting to get rid of the alcohol and wouldn't leave for a while. They had successfully kidnapped the mermaid princess and entered the wine cellar of a demigod. This was a rare opportunity. Instead of fighting with the geniuses of the sacred land outside, it was better to think of a way to get a few demigod wines. That would be better than anything else. Gulp. Zhao Feng tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of the illusion god wine. In that instant, a strong surge of alcohol spread through Zhao Feng's soul consciousness. The illusion god wine was different from other wines in that it targeted the soul. Although it seemed like Zhao Feng drank the illusion god wine, it was actually absorbed by his soul consciousness. A breath later, Zhao Feng's soul consciousness was immersed in a profound realm. He felt that his consciousness was about to break free from his body and merge into the vast space. Pine. 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 The god's spiritual eye gave off a cool feeling that allowed Zhao Feng to maintain a certain level of consciousness while comprehending the illusion god wine. Unknowingly, the effect of Zhao Feng using the illusion god wine was better than normal people. Wave after wave of drunkenness attacked Zhao Feng's soul consciousness. He felt his soul consciousness become lighter and lighter, as if it was going to be blown away by the wind. The power of the god's spiritual eye could only maintain half of Zhao Feng's consciousness. 3 breaths later, the effect of the illusion god wine had reached the maximum. Shwa. Zhao Feng felt as if his soul consciousness had broken through the limits of his body and was one with heaven and earth. In that state, Zhao Feng felt as if his every action and thought had become the representative of heaven and earth. He was one with heaven and earth. Within the demigod's wine cellar, the water around Zhao Feng suddenly turned into a vacuum under the effect of an invisible magnificent power. An invisible psychic will connected with that heaven and earth for a brief moment. King intent. Chen Yilin exclaimed as his body shook. He looked toward the blue-haired youth sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. Chapter 653. The illusion god wine was indeed worthy of being one of the legendary treasures of the fan universe. In a short while, Zhao Feng was immersed in a profound state of emptiness, and he comprehended the intent of kings. Of course, the effect of the illusion god wine was only temporary, and it didn't truly reach a higher level. As for how much one could comprehend, that would depend on one's comprehension and how long the illusion god wine could last. As for Zhao Feng, he was a little different from other people who consumed the illusion god wine. When normal people used the illusion god wine, over 90% of their consciousness would become hazy and drunk. On the other hand, Zhao Feng, the god's spiritual eye allowed him to keep half of his consciousness. Imperceptibly, his understanding of the Kongming realm became clearer. Furthermore, the god's spiritual eye's learning ability allowed Zhao Feng to touch the level of a void god realm king. Spiritual consciousness, breaking away from the shackles of the physical body, roaming the great void, merging with the heavens and earth, becoming one with them. Zhao Feng suppressed the drunkenness and used every second he had. He found that after his consciousness left his physical body, it had merged with the universe and reached a new level. Zhao Feng's mental energy consciousness could see his body and the shocked expressions of Qin Yilan, Jiang Fan, and company. In an instant, Zhao Feng could use the power of heaven and earth, which surpassed normal cultivators in terms of using heaven-earth yuan qi. This power was the magnificent power that a king could control, and it was centered around one's will. However, Zhao Feng hadn't truly formed his void god realm intent yet, and this magnificent power was still in its infancy. Under this intent, Zhao Feng's ability to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi was thousands of times stronger than before. When under Zhao Feng's control, limitless heaven-earth yuan qi flowed into the crystal core in his body. Even the immortal spring's wine was absorbed 10 times faster. In an instant, Zhao Feng's state of existence and true yuan cultivation rose rapidly. Peak Small Origin Core Realm. Zhao Feng's intent of kings pushed the absorption of the immortal spring's wine and his true yuan to the max. In an instant, Zhao Feng's cultivation had reached the peak Small Origin Core Realm. My core has already crystallized. There's no bottleneck to the Great Origin Core Realm. Zhao Feng even felt that the Great Origin Core Realm was within reach. But at this moment, the effects of the illusion god wine were quickly fading. That kind of abstruse and mysterious state of mind gradually became blurry. Everything was like the moon reflected in the water, about to shatter. Ku. Zhao Feng immediately drank a few mouthfuls of illusory god wine. Whoosh! In an instant, the illusory state of a pavilion in the sky became clear once more. The intent of a king once again surrounded Zhao Feng's body. The power of the immortal spring has been completely absorbed. His state of existence is not much different from a king. Zhao Feng sensed that his state of existence had taken another leap. You should know. He drank 3 mouthfuls of the fountain of youth. An ordinary person would need a year and a half, or even longer, to completely absorb the immortal spring. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, had done it in one go. At this moment, he was like a king, and the heaven-earth yuan qi around him bowed down to him. He could summon the power of heaven and earth with a single thought. Zhao Feng's crystal core was slowly expanding. I already have a crystal core. Even if I break through to the Great Origin Core Realm, it won't increase my strength much. Zhao Feng's focus wasn't on increasing his cultivation. The most important thing was his comprehension of king intent. Just now, Zhao Feng had only comprehended a bit from the first mouthful of illusory god wine. A second time, Zhao Feng drank 2 mouthfuls of illusory god wine, and the effects became stronger. This feeling of my consciousness leaving my body is similar to the eye of heaven. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something. The eye of heaven transference and king intent shared some similarities. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng circulated his god's spiritual eye to the limit. Shua! In an instant, the range of Zhao Feng's consciousness increased by several times. His king intent expanded and became even more intense. Mermaid Divine Palace. A blue and transparent eye of nothingness was embedded in the world of water, overlooking the Mermaid Divine Palace below. Zhao Feng's heart shook. He didn't know what kind of effect the eye of heaven and king intent would have. However, there was one thing he was sure of. The king intent that Zhao Feng had comprehended was even deeper, and its range was even larger. Wing boom! His spiritual will was in harmony with the higher levels of the heaven and earth space. An invisible force was born. King intent. Who is it? A king divine sense shot through the air. A magnificent power instantly appeared in the world of water, and soul dimension explosions sounded. The owner of this king divine sense was obviously the Mermaid King. It's you. The Mermaid King saw the outline of the eye of heaven and confirmed that it was Zhao Feng's left eye. He was stunned. This brat had comprehended the true king intent. Was this the effect of the illusion god wine? The mermaid king's magnificent power was shocking, and his mental energy intent was like that of a god. The auras of the two king intents clashed. Zhao Feng was instantly suppressed, and his intent almost crumbled. Luckily, the state of the Eye of Heaven was extremely unique, and it consolidated the intent. The intent went from almost crumbling to consolidating on its own. Unknowingly, Zhao Feng's control over this intent rose to another level. So, the Mermaid King has condensed king intent, which is why his every breath and action is able to become one with heaven and earth. Through the Eye of Heaven, Zhao Feng could sense the Mermaid King's king intent. Zhao Feng found the crux of the problem. That was the Void God Realm intent. Compress that intent to the limit and brand it with your consciousness, forming a king's will. Zhao Feng's heart became clear. However, theories were just theories. In order to do this, one needed to have a high soul dimension and mental energy intent. With the help of the illusion god wine and the Eye of Heaven, Zhao Feng now had a high level of mental energy intent. Next was the soul dimension. Zhao Feng barely met this requirement, and it was built on the foundation of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng quickly circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and condensed his mental energy to the maximum. He fused with heaven and earth and started to refine and imprint this level. It was extremely difficult to do this. However, it wasn't hard for Zhao Feng to do it. Don't forget that his god spiritual eye had the ability to copy. Boom! The Mermaid King's magnificent power suppressed heaven and earth, and the soul dimension started to shake. Humph! Without the will of a king, even if you temporarily reach this realm, it will be like a moon in the water, unable to last long. The Mermaid King snickered coldly. However, right at this moment, when boom! The Eye of Heaven was surrounded by the magnificent power of a king, and an intent condensed in the center. How is this possible? The Mermaid King exclaimed. Although the king intent was still weak, it was extremely agile, as if it had been refined by dozens of intents. Hee, thank you, Mermaid King. A new divine intent floated around the Eye of Heaven. Without the Mermaid King's live demonstration, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to form king intent. As expected, after refining his king intent, Zhao Feng could easily control the intent of a king with just a thought. His will was imprinted with his comprehension of the king intent realm. The effects of the illusion god wine started to fade. Zhao Feng's mind became clearer, but the king intent didn't fade much. Damned humans! The Mermaid King's enraged roar shook the heavens and earth. The magnificent power of a king caused the water around them to freeze, and the bodies of the water race seemed to be locked down. It's useless. A new king intent merged with heaven and earth and summoned a surge of magnificent power from the void god realm. The magnificent power of the Mermaid King wasn't able to restrict Zhao Feng, it could only suppress him slightly. Shwa! The Eye of Heaven suddenly disappeared from the air above the Mermaid Divine Palace. In the underground wine cellar, Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face as he put away the remaining half of the illusion god wine. With a thought, Zhao Feng entered a state where he was one with heaven and earth. The intent that he formed passed through both the physical and mental energy dimensions and created a surge of magnificent power. However, after leaving the Eye of Heaven state, Zhao Feng's king intent dropped by half. Even so, I still have the intent and intent of a half-step king, which surpasses normal half-step kings and is close to a king. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. After all, he was only able to form the king intent when he was in the Eye of Heaven state. Half-step king intent. Chen Yilin and the others felt a formless power pressing down on them, and their bodies were under immense pressure. Apart from Chen Yilin and Jiang Fan, everyone else's consciousness and bodies seemed to be locked down. This isn't a normal half-step king intent. Chen Yilin's heart shook. Zhao Feng's half-step king intent contained a void god realm intent that was extremely strong. Normal half-step kings could only form intent in the soul dimension, but they weren't able to form such a magnificent power. In the demigod Forgotten Garden, my intent was suppressed by the demigod intent. Zhao Feng murmured. After reaching a whole new level, he felt how terrifying the demigod intent was. If it was said that his intent was a small spring, then the demigod intent was an ocean. The illusion god wine has such a shocking effect. Chen Yilin, Jiang Fan, and company had respectful and envious expressions. They didn't know that with the help of the god's spiritual eye and the eye of heaven, Zhao Feng was able to unleash the full effect of the illusion god wine. On top of that, the Mermaid King had also given a demonstration. If another genius drank the same amount of illusion god wine, the effect wouldn't even be 1/10 of what Zhao Feng had. Under normal circumstances, my intent is at the level of a half-step king. Let's try the eye of heaven. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Shua. Zhao Feng's intent surpassed the limits of his physical body, and his vision reached the sky above the mermaid divine palace. The range of the eye of heaven became bigger and bigger. When a blue and transparent eye of nothingness merged into the clouds above Purple Smoke Lake, a magnificent power appeared around the eye of heaven, and all the yuan qi in heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Zhao Feng's intent had reached the level of a low-tier king. As expected, I have true king intent when I use the eye of heaven. Zhao Feng felt extremely comfortable, and he felt as if he was a king looking down on the world. A single thought from a king's will contain boundless might that could kill and imprison ordinary sovereigns and high lords. Chapter 654. Purple Smoke Lake. The warm youth floated above the water and suddenly raised his head. King intent. Solemnness appeared on Wan Luoan's face for the first time. In the sky above, the eye of heaven looked down at the entire Purple Smoke Lake. All the creatures in the nearby waters felt a sense of pressure on their souls. That Zhao Feng should be able to temporarily maintain his king intent with the help of the illusion god wine. His soul and cultivation haven't reached the king level yet. The warm youth regained his calmness. As long as it wasn't a true king, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If it weren't for the existence of the Mermaid King, he would have killed his way into the Mermaid Divine Palace already. Human, if you had teamed up with me earlier, that Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to comprehend king intent. The roar of the Mermaid King sounded. The sunny youth stood where he was, indifferent. He didn't trust anyone in the demigod Forgotten Garden, let alone a non-human king. Shua. The eye of heaven disappeared from the sky above the Purple Smoke Lake. Why don't I use this chance to see what's going on in the demigod Forgotten Garden? Zhao Feng murmured. The eye of heaven's biggest ability was its ability to pass through space. However, this ability was greatly limited in the demigod Forgotten Garden. However, with the eye of heaven's eye of heaven, Zhao Feng had the intent of a beginning stage king, and his pressure on the demigod Forgotten Garden increased dramatically. In the next instant, on the 7th floor of the 10,000 treasure tower in the demigod Forgotten Garden, more than a dozen treasures with brilliant lights floated in the air. The powerful aura of the treasures was enough to shock a king. Who dares to stop me? Nan Gongsheng stood proudly as a silver light shone from his body. A surge of king intent summoned the magnificent power of the void god realm and pushed aside the geniuses of the sacred lands. The soul dimension started to shake. There were 70 to 80 geniuses from the sacred lands participating. However, Nan Gongsheng fought against the geniuses of the sacred lands by himself, and he seemed extremely calm. We can't let Nan Gongsheng get the Qiankuan sword. If he gets it, who in the sacred land can fight him? The universe sword, the skylock bow, and the myriad direction seal. These are all inheritance saint weapons that have the ability to stabilize the universe. Their grades are close to or comparable to heaven rank. If any of them were to fall into the hands of the outside world, it might affect the situation in the Saint Land. The Myriad Treasure Tower's 7th floor had many geniuses. The geniuses who dared to compete in the Myriad Treasure Tower were all the best among the Holy Land's true inheritances. The geniuses here were much stronger than those at Purple Smoke Lake. However, the 10-odd treasures above were extremely difficult to obtain. Firstly, one had to rely on strength. Secondly, one had to try to communicate with the divine weapon. Even with Nan Gongsheng's strength, he could barely form a connection with the Qianquan sword. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a translucent blue eye of nothingness appeared on the 7th floor of the Myriad Treasure Tower. King's will. Nan Gongsheng immediately sensed it, and a powerful surge of king intent appeared from his body. In terms of cultivation, Nan Gongsheng was a half-step king, but he had the will of a king. It was just that his cultivation base was slightly weaker than a king's. Boom! Zhao Feng's king intent shook faintly, and it was instantly suppressed. He had formed his king intent in a hurry, so there was a big difference between him and Nan Gongsheng in terms of foundation. Just as Zhao Feng was about to leave, Wang among the treasures, one of the ancient bows, let out a buzzing sound, and the glowing light on its surface suddenly dimmed. Zhao Feng and the ancient bow formed a mysterious connection. Sky-locking bow. The geniuses of the sacred land below exclaimed. These treasures and weapons were all strengthened by the demigod intent, so they couldn't be taken by force. From the looks of it, the sky-locking bow was about to break free from the demigod intent. If you're willing, then come with me. A strong surge of eye bloodline power suddenly appeared from the eye of heaven. Whoosh! A ripple of eye bloodline power formed a whirlpool that engulfed the sky-locking bow. Whoosh! The sky-locking bow, one of the strongest inheritance sacred weapons on the 7th floor of the Myriad Treasure Tower, disappeared. Who is it that actually crossed the sky and took away the skylock bow? The geniuses of the sacred land were all tongue-tied. The Myriad Treasure Tower had a total of 9 floors, and one needed to put in a lot of effort and teamwork to reach each floor. In history, the highest record was the 7th floor. The speed this time could be said to have broken the historical record. All of this was because of the heaven-defying genius of the sacred land, Nan Gongsheng. Preposterous. Nan Gongsheng stood proudly with his hands behind his back. He was slightly angry. He had tried for a long time, but he still couldn't obtain the Qianquan sword. How could the genius who used the spatial technique obtain the sky-locking bow so easily? That eye looks like. Senior Marshal Brother Nan, Dong Wenjian, and company looked at each other. Whoosh! The eye of heaven disappeared from the 10,000 treasure tower. In reality, Zhao Feng didn't plan to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Nan Gongsheng's battle power made him wary. Zhao Feng had only formed half-step king intent. Apart from his state of existence and body, he was much weaker than a king. In the biggest area of the demigod Forgotten Garden, this place was filled with plants and trees, and it also contained the most treasures in the demigod Forgotten Garden. 100-Flower Garden. An eye of heaven and earth appeared in the air above the garden. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. In terms of resources, the 100-Flower Garden was several times more than the Purple Smoke Lake. Of course. This place was far more dangerous than the Purple Smoke Lake. Looking down, Zhao Feng soon sensed the auras of several king-level beasts. Zhao Feng was stunned when his gaze locked onto a certain place. A magnificent power of a king covered everything within half a mile of the 100-Flower Garden. A unicorn with purple scales all over its body was covered in purple electric flames, and it easily slaughtered a nearby demonic beast tribe. The strength of this beast tribe was on par with Zhao Feng's army. It was hard to imagine that the horse-sized purple-scaled unicorn was a king-level beast. That wasn't the main point. What was even more unbelievable was that, sitting on the back of the purple unicorn was a beautiful girl with long black hair that covered the ground. The young girl wore a pleated blue dress that was spotless. Her delicate face was like jade, and her eyes were like illusory stars. She seemed to be in a dream. Meng Shi. Zhao Feng's heart shook. This girl was the prodigy of the Thousand Darkness Sacred Clan, Meng Shi. Meng Shi held a purple-scaled jade horn in her hand and controlled the king-level unicorn she was sitting on. Controlling a king-level beast? How did she do that? Zhao Feng couldn't believe it. He originally thought that Nan Gongsheng's strength was monstrous. He didn't expect Meng Shi to have such a killing move. Meng Shi's strength was already one of the top 10 geniuses of the Sacred Land, on par with Nan Gongsheng. And now, she controlled a single-horned beast, which was enough to sweep through the 100-flower garden and plunder countless rare treasures. King intent. Meng Shi sensed something. She had a mysterious soul-type bloodline that came from the 10,000 ancient races. She wasn't scared of the king intent. Meng Shi and the unicorn looked at the sky at the same time. However, the eye of heaven only appeared for an instant before disappearing. The instant after it disappeared, boom. The sky started to shake, and a flaming horn of purple lightning appeared where the eye of heaven had disappeared. Your reaction is pretty fast. Meng Shi snickered coldly as her eyes twinkled. She had a certain impression of the eye of heaven. As his gaze left the 100-flower garden, Zhao Feng's heart shook. Although his intent had increased and he had formed half-step king intent, the difference between him and Nan Gongsheng and Meng Shi was still quite big. The 10,000 treasure tower and the 100-flower garden are basically dominated by Nan Gongsheng and Meng Shi. They'll definitely enter the other areas of the demigod Forgotten Garden soon. Zhao Feng thought. Shua. His eye of heaven started to look around once more. Soon. The eye of heaven landed in a quiet palace. Heart-healing palace. Zhao Feng murmured. The heart-healing palace was the place where the owner of the demigod Forgotten Garden used to recover and cultivate. In terms of fortune and treasures, the heart-healing palace couldn't compare to the 10,000 treasure tower or the 100-flower garden. Even the purple smoke lake couldn't compare. However, no genius would underestimate the heart-healing palace. According to the records. In the history of the demigod Forgotten Garden, there had only been 2 or 3 fortunes in the heart-healing palace. However, these 2 or 3 fortunes could be said to have changed fate. One of them, a genius from a sacred land, merged a profound intent into an ancient tree in the heart-healing palace, and its effect far surpassed the illusion god wine. After that, that genius comprehended a heaven-grade cultivation technique and formed a unique king intent. He was unrivaled in his generation and became a king in just a few years. Heart-healing palace, next to a small pond, 5 or 6 geniuses from the sacred land gathered together. What a terrifying aura. What is that? The geniuses from the sacred land stared at the smelly pond that was covered in rotten leaves. The pond was immeasurably deep. The tremendous pressure that made his bloodline tremble came from the lake. The geniuses from the sacred land approached step by step. However, with every step he took, he had to bear a magnificent and boundless pressure. What is it? The geniuses couldn't stand still when they were 10 meters away from the pond. When a layer of golden blood-colored light suddenly appeared in the pond. Plop! Plop! The 2 geniuses from the sacred land who were closest to the pond knelt on the ground. That's. The faces of the geniuses from the sacred land went red, and they felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Slowly. A drop of faint golden blood appeared on the surface of the pond. A drop of blood. The 5 or 6 geniuses from the sacred land were unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, and they all knelt on the ground as if they were worshipping a god. Wah! Wah! 2 of them vomited blood and died. Could it be the blood of a demigod? Demigod's blood. The drop of blood contained a pressure that surpassed even kings. Crack. The heart of another genius from the sacred land exploded. Quick, retreat. Even though the owner of the demigod's blood has died, the power contained within it is still enough to crush all living beings. The remaining 3 started to bleed from their orifices and crawled on the ground like rats. Heart-nurturing palace. Demigod's blood. An eye of emptiness appeared in the air above the pond. Even though the eye of emptiness contained the will of a king, it still made their hearts jump when it looked down at the demigod's blood. Dodge. The eye of emptiness disappeared from the sky above the heart-nurturing palace. Demigod wine cellar, schwa. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as shock appeared on his face. With his soul strength and king intent, he could use the eye of heaven for a long time. In just 20 breaths. Zhao Feng looked down at the important areas of the demigod Forgotten Garden. However, he didn't realize that there were a few strands of faint purple mixed in his blue hair. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.